Welcome back to Workers and Reese. We're back in our Republic, building up our oil refinery. And I realized that we still need to set up the waste handling for this. Basically needs an incinerator to deal with the waste. So the city's waste handling still should be built. I also finally decided to use a push to mute key instead of a toggle mute key, so hopefully that works, and hopefully my situations where I'm muting myself and forgetting to unmute are becoming less common. I still have a mute toggle if I walk away. Hello Lucky Leader, hello Pilsbear. Oh, and hello Neo Contra. Stalker. Pilsbear, you should have been here yesterday. If you want to, you may check out this clip to see what you have missed yesterday. We were playing Derail Valley in sandbox mode a little bit, and I showed off some of the things we were trying to avoid in realistic mode. I think we'll place the waste incinerator somewhere here. And we'll probably set up waste handling for the city here as well. At some point we'll have to get the rail construction office removed and then this area will become available again, but for now this still has to keep on running. I mean, I could place a temporary waste incinerator while I figure things out. This road here, this loop will also be removed at some point. I think that's pretty much it. Waste incinerator and some form of dumping the waste. The city itself would get a waste separation plant, after which it gets transported to the shared incinerator. But yeah. We currently don't have any US currency, so we need to bring the other ship back and wait until some mechanical components get loaded into it. I'm still waiting for more passengers making their way over here. Where are the trams? That's only 2 workers. Some nice explosions, yes, they're very cool. Finally it's Brightford time. It is Brightford time today. I mean, it was Brightford time every day this week. I don't know what you mean. I think you mean today is Workers and Resources time. So, waste incinerator, probably a loading station for construction waste, metal scrap, so we can filter that out into a waste loading facility. Unlike the waste storage in Sovskoy, which has metal scrap being handled in a special way. I don't know if we can change this. I would really like to rework this area to I guess have like both waste storages in this location. But I don't think we have the room for that. Nor do we have the connections at the moment. Would have to get rid of this. I mean, the water and the end station could both be removed, relocated. And I guess we could have the waste be stored in here, connected directly to the aggregate loading station. Then we could get rid of this. The bus end station could still be somehow in this area, I think. I don't know if that is possible. I don't think it's possible to move it like past it after. I would have to figure out something with like a road connection and end station. I guess the bus end station could be up here instead. And the water pump doesn't have to be here. Huh. I guess that would work. We'll let this run out of fuel. And then set up the bus route to run on its own without an end station for the time being. Take down this road, rebuild everything here, and put the storage in place. The only problem with this is that the... Okay, it's not going to be a problem. We can have a simple road connection across that connects the coaling station from the other side. That'll be fine. Yeah, that way everything can run with distribution office vehicles in this area too, and it'll be more organized. I think I'll like that. Okay. It has been a while, about a week again. But I think we can make some good progress today. I should try and get this road connection made. It will take care of the road bypass around the oil refinery down here. And if we need some more industry, I guess we could flatten out an area up on this hill to place it in that location instead. That's okay. And then up here we can decide what to do. I mean, it's most likely just going to be a left-hand corner on the side of the loading station, going past, and yeah, the road still needs to go out this way somehow. It'll probably just come back down and go alongside the rail distribution office on that side. That's the plan, at least. But yeah, we do need waste handling, and I guess I can also give the industrial area its own waste separation plant, because there might be more industries than what we have right now. This might make some metal scrap. This makes a lot of metal scrap, which currently we're not really handling. We would have to set that up correctly after we get the waste management facility in place. I'm tempted to just set up a simple waste incinerator until we get the proper setup going, because this is going to be a large area and there might be more industries. What got built here? Oh right, the grocer. I decided to have a grocer in my food production industry area because reasons. Because this will be supplied directly by the truck hauling food here, I guess. Well, we need a dedicated truck for it. It is directly connected to the storage. Don't know if I have one available. No cover towel. Doesn't have to be a large one. But it has to be an old one. Just a YAG. From the storage into the grocer, waiting until unloaded. And then the meat distribution has to happen by the regional distribution office. Yeah, I thought, like, why not put a grocer in the middle of the food production line? If something goes wrong with the food supply here, at least they can take the cableway station. Why not? So passengers are now allowed to go. And they can also wait here. Which they could before, because it kind of acts like a bus stop that they then use to walk to the train station from. We'll see if some people go get food here. The food truck needs some time to make its way over to this area. We took out a little bit of loan last time. We're 300 million in debt. It's a third of our loan capacity. So we could get the oil tanker. And I took out a bunch of more loans so I didn't get warning messages all the time for having to retake out the loan. We're going to use this to build up the oil refinery. We'll hopefully make some more mechanical components to export. We need more workers this way. Let's make sure the tram running in inner city do not pick up workers here at the commercial train stop. They're not really supposed to load workers. That is the harbor line. This one. Commercial. Yeah, they are just unloading. They're just unloading at commercial and not loading anyone, because after that they go to the end station and then that's it. How are your power plants? Will they keep up with oil refining? No, we will. Well, they will keep up, but we also need another power plant. Although that's something for slightly further behind in the area. These power plants could run into issues if they undergo maintenance. But right now, if both of them underwent maintenance, we still had a little bit of extra capacity left, I think. So if I take like a look here, it's 135% capacity. If both were at 70%, we would have 140% capacity left. So 5% of their power output is what we would have. 10% would be 500 watts. So we have 250 watts spare. And the refinery maximum uses 610 kilowatts. So if both undergo maintenance, there could be some supply issues, but yeah, I don't think it's going to be critical. And we also still have the option of turning on the electricity import from the border if we want to deal with like shortages. Machine replacement in progress. Whoop-de-doo. Probably need that maintenance office nearby to make sure that repairs here are done rather quickly. I think we might set up a temporary incinerator until things are complete, because the oil refinery just outputs stuff that incinerates cleanly into ash. I'm not sure if I can... Because I might want to wait until I have the chemical plant. The chemical plant will directly feed into an incinerator. It has a factory connection available. But for the oil refinery, we will need to run the technical services locally. So the full-on waste setup might still have to wait, but I want something for the refinery to keep it clean, so to speak. So I'll probably drop the temporary incinerator over here, nearby. I guess we could also just have a single incinerator for this industry and just supply it with trucks instead of technical services to make sure it never really becomes polluted. Is there a room here? Oh my god. I guess we can have the incinerator here. That would be lovely. This incinerator for the refinery. And anything... yeah. A single truck dedicated would probably be able to keep up. I mean, we would need 2 trucks, mixed waste and hazardous waste, waiting until unloaded. But 2 trucks, this thing has a loading station of 3 vehicles, so it would be fine. Man, that's perfect. That is actually pretty neat. We'll build it here. And yeah, give it 2 trucks, mixed waste, hazardous waste, 1 each, transport it to the incinerator. I guess it could also be a single truck alternating between the waste types, never waiting until fully loaded for one of them. No, I think 2 dedicated trucks is probably safer. We will be out of crops soon, so you better start loading mechanical components again. You're only exporting at 100 tons? Well, guess what you're exporting right now. Bring some stuff to the ship so that we can send it out with some components, so that we may start importing more grain. Trams also abide by the speed limit. Very nice. Means I could make the city 40 kilometers an hour too, which it would be quite handy during winter. Warehouse, electronics, import, currently. And we could make one of them an export warehouse, relocating this contraption that we set up for the export in a new area. Getting rid of that tunnel and road. It's a bit of money. Grain shouldn't be too expensive from the west. Crops, 100. To load the ship at, let's say, 150. 150 times 2,000. 200 and something. We need 336,000 US dollars worth of export material inside the ship to be able to run a full load of cargo. I am wondering why there's not that many workers getting into the tram. Where are they all? Okay, there's a couple. I guess maybe... nope. Not the work site that I didn't open up. Oh yeah, and we also wanted to test if the new repair station for the trams will work, which is close to finishing up. Once this works, we'll be able to get rid of this setup, which I have planned on removing. It's currently not repairing any trams whatsoever. And this should repair dynamically. They pick whenever they want to go get repairs and I'll drive into this area. This currently does not repair anything. Oh, you can't disable everything apparently. Interesting. Never mind, without any workers it shouldn't attract any repair tasks anyway. This one should not do trams, but everything else is okay. Road, locomotive, ship and personal cars can get repaired here. Centralized repair facility. Alright, I'm gonna get more road cranes, I think. Because this is ridiculous. Yes, we'll be importing grain soon. Very soon. Guess we'll get a half ship. Is there unemployment here? If we have unemployment, we will need more trams bringing workers to the harbor. But if we don't have any unemployment, I don't think it matters. There's not a giant amount of unemployment. It's a very minuscule. What did I want to do in Sovskoye? Oh yeah, rework the end station. Clean up the temporary attachment for the oil here. I have to wait until the fuel of the end station is empty. And I don't want to delete it because we are short on money right now, but I think that will change once the oil refinery kicks into gear, because everything in the refinery is going to go towards export. And I might buy another ship. This thing will basically run oil, we'll refine it, and then export whatever it finds. 150k. Alright, run some grain. I don't want the food production to cease. I guess the rail construction office is eating up a lot of workers and currently not doing anything, so I should probably disable that one. I guess that would help. Yeah, sorry, no grain here. Harbor, wait until loaded, I guess. No, we don't have any. No, waiting until loaded is currently not the right thing to do. Plus we were on the way out anyway. I'll set you to wait until loaded for the line. We have 2 trains running in a loop. Oh no, yeah, I guess that wouldn't work with two trains running. Never mind. They can't wait here. Well, the next ship will be able to pick up something, I guess, and bring it for the next train. I could also take out a US loan, make sure that the ship loads fully. I'll do that. We have a lot of loan capacity. And I'll use that. Oh, it's 12% interest. I'll use that money to also load you fully, full of oil. Because oil is cheap now, compared to what it used to be. Okay, I'll also plaster it with asphalt and airplane roads to make it look presentable. I'll probably redo this because it looks like a giant blob of shenanigans. It needs a little bit of like diversity, I believe, to look more believable. Break up the monotony of the pattern a little bit. For now. Maybe get some cosmetic footpaths through the area. I mean, there's still buildable space here. It's not going to be hard to decipher where that actually is. But it should still not be a problem. I'm gonna bring the waste trucks here, I guess. I will probably just deal with the ash by just exporting it with the demolition office, distribution office for now. I mean, it's gonna bring it over to the other waste incinerator again, and it gets dropped off there for now. That looks really weird because it's the normal road. We cannot have that. Not on wonky ground. It looks very strange. I'll probably have to wait with this until I know what else needs to be built here, but that's fine. No road cranes. Come on. Send a road crane to that pipe. So the route in the industrial area is currently 6 trams. Clockwise loop is 6. And counterclockwise is also 6. Meaning we could assign the 6 extra double trams that we got evenly. Or just wait, I guess. Okay, guess we need to limit our export. Back to 50%. Make sure the domestic storage is not affected. I'm gonna try and needs to bring mechanical components to a different area. pretty sure I assigned a road crane to go here. I guess it's moving. No, it's not. Well, I guess we'll try and finish the oil refinery then. The rail connection here would also come out of the hill, go underground. Not a problem. Like all the other ones, basically. I think that's okay. I guess we can start the rail construction then. We'll figure out the signaling if we need any for the tunnel later. I don't think we do. "40 workers. Yep. Flatten out something here. Bring the terrain back. Oh, I guess we could stay up higher with the elevation of the road. Run an industry here if need be. It's very hilly, but there's some space that we could flatten. Don't know if the chemical plant could go there. Might make sense to have it back here instead. I should get more ships. Hello, Diplohörnchen. Good morning, orders. Yeah. Good morning to you too, at almost 5 in the afternoon. Oil refinery is nearly done. Then, once the pipe is complete, the ship can also unload. I guess I kind of have to prevent it from being pumped out of the oil refinery in a different direction. I'll have to turn off these pumping stations. No power. Right. Power, water, sewage. That was something. And maybe a sewage treatment plant. It did need its own sewage treatment plant. This one I guess doesn't make huge amounts of sewage. Probably by technical service for now. Pipe is done. Wait. Where's the ship? Where did the ship go? Oh, right, I sent it out to fully load with oil. At least as much money as we had. So, yeah. These bulldozers can make their way back for now. We'll need them again later. In the meantime, I'll bring 2 waste trucks here. Which will handle the waste pickup from the refinery. Mixed and hazardous, both going into the incinerator and from the incinerator by distribution office away from here until we have a local storage for ash to disperse it. Maybe up here. I don't know. It can be somewhere. I think it causes a little bit of pollution from the dispersion of the ash, but not that much. Alright, you will be turned off. So... oh, power is not that great here. Is our power in general not that great or something? Power fluctuations in winter. Yeah, Sovskoy is struggling quite a bit. I'm gonna turn on the imports just to deal with any shortages. It's not gonna cost that much money, is it? Oh, oops, that was export. That could have ended very badly. Hello, Burns. Welcome. If we deliver wagons to the rail distribution office, it also needs a way to go back up to the other direction. And I don't think I have that right now. Because they make the delivery and then they can't... They try to leave the same track that they came in on, which is unfortunate. Is this game same as City Skylines? No. It's a lot more involved. And something only moves if you tell it to move. Everything you say in the game is something that we have set up pretty much. So we go to Sovskoye. We see a lot of stuff moving around. We see click a truck. It's a repair vehicle driving to the secret police to repair. I built the repair station, which is tasked with repairing the area. So basically like a service building in City Skylines, but instead of just like having an area of effect where everything gets like repaired automatically, the vehicles still have to do things and go there. And these repair vehicles also need resources in the repair station. So they need steel and other components which they get from a warehouse that I set up next to it. This is of course the highest difficulty settings. You can play on easier settings where you don't have to worry about the import of goods. But if you want to make money and play with money, you will at least have to worry about exporting them, bringing them back to the border after they have been made. You do not get taxes from your citizens. The only money you can make from people is from tourism. But people living in your republic do not inherently give you money, just for existing. We'll also need a police station in here. Crime in this area is going to be quite high with all the workers in the refinery. Quite hardcore game. Yes. Very rewarding if you like learning a game and you don't want to have learned how to play it in like an hour or less. Been playing this for a couple hours. 3,000-ish. And I'm still learning new stuff. And I like that. It's partly because the game is so complex, it's partly because the game is quite obtuse. However, I still really like it, regardless of the reason. I think the train might have to load more alcohol. It's either that or... Nah, it should be getting better. I'll just have to wait. Like, let's click a random building with a random person. Shandeva Galina Ilyinishna, working at the fire station. After the shift is done, they will go back to their house. Going, like, In this game you only have to worry about people getting to a workplace. Getting back from a workplace, getting back from a shopping trip is all implicit. Now the worker has gone back, free time will start soon. After the travel time has been like accounted for. And then I'll go and look for food, and then after that sport. And maybe an attraction building too. I guess we're gonna get on a tram stop, probably. Well, food should be in walking distance. We're walking to this grocer here. Buying food, because it's in walking distance, we don't really need to buy more than 100% of food. If people come from very far away and they don't have a reliable source of food, they'll buy more than that. And now to get sport, we're gonna go through an underground tunnel somewhere. I guess we can't really keep track of the underground footpath. But most likely we'll either walk out to the train station or to a tram stop. Oh, there we go. We have exited an underground tunnel. And we'll go to the indoor pool here directly. After that, free time is over. Well, still got some hours. And then a new workday starts. Well, at home, probably listening to some TV. If we have a TV in the Republic and the person actually was able to get electronics. Which will affect their loyalty and happiness. And yeah, then new workday. If they work in a very polluting area, it'll affect their health. And there's quite a few things you need to worry about. But it's all cool, I think. I'm a little bit biased, I guess. Well, we got some grain for the trains to load. They get back here. Which they are. There's still grain in the silo for the factory, but we need more. Okay, we would be ready to produce once we have electricity and we can open up the refinery to workers. It's all going to be for export because we spend all of our US currency and we're currently taking penalty interest rates on our debt, so I'm taking out another $1 million. But I have to be very careful with the US currency debt because their interest rate is quite high and inflation is not really present on their side. We'll have to work to pay that back as soon as possible. You're being repaired right now, which is why you aren't moving. It's gonna take a while. Once this building has been completed and we can turn it off to not accidentally fill up our... Well, like, actually we need to pump it into the export storage. Never mind, that is something we have to do. Where is that pipe going? Fuel domestic, bitumen domestic. Gets pumped in here, this one goes there. This one goes here, oh yeah, okay. No, that's all correct. But yeah, I have to prevent it from being pumped into the domestic storage. It needs to go to the export. All of it. Priority high. We need that to also be able to load it for export. Yeah, I need the return path here, I think. Which will just be a switch on the middle, I think. Wait. Yes, I need that. The 2 tracks are incoming, and then one of them will allow the train to go back to the other side. Then again... That's unfortunate. I guess it wouldn't really hurt to have that. I think this will be fine, even if we don't have a signal. But I guess I could also set up a signal here instead. That should work. This will allow delivery trains to return. The alternative would have been to just send trains full of cargo train cars into the station and also work there, but I would like them to just make deliveries and then go back to the depot at the customs. So that one does bitumen. So, yeah, both of them are export. No. We only have one bitumen tank. We're not making bitumen the most. It's going to be the highest export good, I think, but I don't need more than one tank, I don't think. Hello, George Rockland. Welcome. It's not complaining much, is it? It might actually be fine to have people move in here. It might also be because the heating plant's heat water tank is full. No, it looks good. It might be a little bit cold if it gets below -40. Yeah, minus 12 degrees is a little bit cold. But these ones seem to be fine. We'll check again end of January or like mid-January, see how it goes. Needs more steel. You are picking up steel from a new stop, which is going to be here. Much shorter. Will make the ship delivery, the ship repair quite a bit faster. These tank construction tasks are not urgent. Refinery's almost finished. Load mixed waste. You will load hazardous waste. Both of you will wait until fully loaded. Then you'll just transport it to the incinerator, waiting until unloaded. Yes, we're worrying about grain. Only steel here, more storage capacity. Does not look too bad. Come on, we need to start refining, which I guess we could do now. There is internal storage space. I still need to wait until this is done, otherwise they might load. No, I don't need to wait. We'll be making the bitumen available for export. This will be able to hold a lot of workers once we have the electricity ready. And then the city can grow again. I mean, the houses are already there. We just need to move some people in. It's -40 degrees right now. It says temperature's low. Yeah, it's also below 30. So, not great. $75 on the heat water tank is not... apparently not good enough. When the temperature goes down to -40 and below, Siberia being a very cold place to be. You know what, we'll move some people in, I think. It's not unlivably cold, but they'll have to visit the doctor a little bit more often during the coldest times of winter. And make sure their houses are nice and insulated. Tram repair station is up. No locomotives, ships, airplanes, helicopters, but personal cars, road vehicles and trams are A-OK in the city. We don't need a lot of workers here. This thing still needs to be built. Come on, finish this road. Unbelievable. Now we need to fill it up with resources. Urban can go to the warehouse for the repair station, not that one. The one for the tram repair. It is set to load from here and start dropping resources into this warehouse instead. We need mechanical components, plastics, fabric, and electronic components. And we also need steel. That is not correct anymore. You'll drop off in the tram repair station first, then the proper repair station, waiting until unloaded, and then you'll go over here to pick up whatever steel is in this, just to make it empty. And bring that to the tram repair station for now. Don't think the tram repair station will need that much. Hello, Oprah. Welcome. Steel delivery by truck still lagging behind a little bit. I might have to give it a larger truck. Open hull truck. That one. Here. And after your delivery, well, you're gonna keep on running for now, but we'll phase you out at some point, I think. Help with the delivery of some steel, please. You like the last DLC? Yes, I like it a lot. This is still from getting the DLC, first day of release until now. I've been playing it since then. And we've tried to stick to early start buildings only. Although in the beginning there were fewer buildings than there are now from early start, so there's that, I guess. It's getting more and more content. It feels like the release is being handled like the initial Workers and Resources release, where the game was early access and then it got like added onto more and more features. Seems like this one, yeah, it's getting the same treatment. It's getting way more content after release, which is appreciated. There's our incinerator. That should do it. And the distribution office for the demolition will handle the waste removal from here. If there's at least 20% of waste, they can go ahead and pick up some of the ash and drive it away. Grain ship is moving again. Finally, they finished the road to the train depot. Train depot, tram repair. There's nothing else here. Where is this road picking the steel up from? Yep, that makes sense. At some point this will be empty. Probably need a covered hull truck to make sure we can transfer the last bit of materials to not lose them, because they're quite expensive. I want to see if the grocer inside the factory location is actually being used. If people are making the trip into Sovskoye Industry to go grocery shopping. I also didn't put a waste storage here, so that's on me. Because the whole industrial area is all handled by large waste containers. So these people are kind of getting poisoned right now. Let me know when that one is done and we'll try and fix it. It is the weekend again, which is glorious. Alright. This one can't have a road crane, so it can have a bunch of workers that arrive here by tram work on it. And then we'll have electricity after. When that one finishes construction, the oil refinery can start operating. Wait, why is there fuel in here? Why? Wait, what? I'm a little bit confused. I'm not sure why we already have fuel in there. Seems like the refinery wasn't running, otherwise there would also have been bitumen in these storage tanks. Very odd. I don't know where that fuel came from. We didn't load any fuel, you just had oil. Is it loading fuel into this building because it's getting dropped off at the pumping harbor? And then it's being... Is that loading fuel into the refinery? Because that would be horrible. That shouldn't happen. Guess we'll find out. If we're currently slowly filling up the refinery with fuel through a pumping harbor. Yep, 6 tons just got dropped in there. Why? I guess, yeah, we won't be able to have that direct connection. We probably need a storage tank, so it can't do that. I'll have to redo that pipe. Temporary oil tank, I guess. Hopefully, the pipe can be that long. We'll have to set this one to only hold oil once it's built. And then route the pipe connection into the building connection, which I guess we can already start building. At some point we'll have a large oil storage here from the oil field, but for now we're gonna run this with imported material because it's easier to set up. Start building the other pipe. Export capacity is 2,700 tons. It goes to the export storage first, which is hooked up to the pumping harbor now. Alright, now you can start working. That should hopefully fix our US currency situation. I wonder if I could do a challenge run where I tell myself I have to set up fences for everything. That might be an interesting attempt. Okay, let's see if we can empty out the building with a large waste storage. Large waste truck. I don't think it'll do that, but we'll try it. Turn around and try it, please. Oh, you don't want to. Never mind then. Go back. I'll just nick one of the other technical service vehicles to empty that out. I guess we also do have a bunch of spare ones here, so that'll be fine. Should empty it out. Make sure the waste problems, health problems go away. But yeah, there's not any shoppers here right now. It's just an availability. If someone wants to go and buy food, they can take the cableway station. And this one will have food for the longest time. If some transportation issues happen, there will always be food within inside the factory area. I guess that's also an interesting idea. You can only sell the resources where you produce them. That would create some horrible logistical nightmares of bringing all the people to your food factories. Not just workers. Domestic priority is currently lowest. And we are producing. Engines are turned off. Not anymore. Bitumen is being hauled. We'll still have to wait for the fuel. That's okay. This will be converted into 1,350 tons of fuel. And even less bitumen. I don't know which one the ship is going to load first. It is currently told to be able to load any. And it also can't unload any of the oil at the moment because we took down the pipeline. Since it was also transporting fuel from the harbor into the output storage of the refinery, which I should write down and report. If there's not enough distance, well then I need a pumping station, but I think it can do 300 meters. We might have to tear down the whole pipe. Yeah, probably tear down the whole thing. Connection has to be made back here. And that would be a much more direct line. Okay, well, it's gonna be expensive, but sure. Still got demolition officers here that can haul more waste. It's not backed up too much, but we can assign them. Local waste storage is also not overburdened, even though it is assigned again. Underground pumping station in the way. And then to the harbor, avoiding the tunnel. See how that goes. There's so much waste on this because it's dug down so deep. The new one will be built a lot faster if we can place it. If not, we'll set up a pumping station, like I said. No. Give me my tunnel boring machine. Bring it back. We've probably got the parking space ready, right? That looks pretty ready. Let's transfer the tunnel boring machine back. It is not... Oh, it did get repaired. Oops. I don't care too much about that anymore, I gotta be honest. We'll pause these tunnels until the tunnel boring machine is here. In the meantime, we'll set up the alternative way of parking here. So our grain trains will now use the tunnel as a parking space instead. This waypoint will be replaced. Oh. Okay. I was like, oh, I can't use that? No, I can. It's fine. Need more loans. Yeah, we do. So now this train will park in the line directly next to the distribution office, which means we could get the other line removed, but maybe we'll need it later on. And if we need more grain trains, I can make more parking spaces here. I just want to make sure it actually works. We'll basically have a rail yard that is half tunnel to get the 450 meter long train, or close enough, 442 meter long train parked in that location. Looking at that long train makes me want to run that train in Derail Valley. A train that is... I don't know what the maximum length train is you can run in Derail Valley. Running a kilometer long train would be ridiculous, doing that on your own. Much shorter path now. I guess we could give it a shortcut from here, bypassing the other tracks. Do something like this. Here it comes. Sweet, it works. Yeah, I guess we could give it a piece of track that just runs here. That way it would avoid the whole junction and wouldn't disturb train traffic too much, even though it's like there's only 2 trains running, it's not going to be a problem, but the option would be there if at some point we need to get more throughput. Well, we're full on fuel. Which is waiting on that pipeline to get it into the export tank. But the unloading also is waiting. I guess I could... Okay, this is too long. It should work. It should work. Yeah, tunnel is in the way here. No, it needs to be more direct. It was at the cusp of not having enough distance, so... I think this was our best bet here. This connection should have enough range. Oh, right now the dirt road is in the way. Is the music still working? It is not. Oh, there's so much waste. Oh, this tunnel was horrible. This is gonna take forever to clean up. I gotta get rid of this dirt road, otherwise I can't place the pipe. Wait, are you complaining about the power line now too? Okay, never mind. Just a small hitch. We'll go here. And I guess that works. And it shouldn't be too much construction time because it's all following the terrain. 1,200 tons work days. That's doable. Yeah, that's fine. Wait. That is not right. Because that is an wrong direction connection, because this one was only output. Where's your other pipe now? Oh, it's already hooked up. Yeah, we need this one. We need the input connection, so the dirt road wasn't actually the problem. Absolute chaos. $2,600 days is too much. We'll find a cleaner way. Output. Up the hill. That looks good. Then into here. 1,500 workdays is okay. Temporary pipeline till we get our own oil. That should work. Prioritize the pipeline for the oil into the storage. We can export bitumen this time. We should probably do fuel too. Bring the road cranes somewhere else. This building is not that important, nor are the local storages. Bring the road cranes to other construction sites. Okay, get grain for the trains. This will take time to clean up, which is okay. We also need the permanent location for the construction material storage, which this one will not be, but it could act as one right now. We could, in theory, place some construction offices here that take the resources from that building and help with the currently happening construction tasks until we have the local storage and more vehicles to boot. Bunch of open haul trucks can make their way here and help. Not gonna buy any more. Not until the money situation improves. How's the fuel storage inside the distribution office? It is empty. So we can get rid of it now. There's 2 lines. Then the water also has to be relocated somewhere over here, but shouldn't be that urgent. However, no. Well, it kinda is. We'll probably build the new road connection through this junction first, and then we can hook up the water connection to it. That should be fine. Make it a T-junction. problem. Let me know when that pipe is removed and we can set up the replacement pipe. And after that we'll have to rework the road connection. And once we have a new metal scrap storage, then everything construction waste and metal scrap wise can be handled by the distribution office, and we don't need that dedicated train anymore. Good progress. Road here isn't done yet, but that is not urgent. Alright, you really need to go back. And let the tunnel boring machine do its thing. Bitumen tank is ready for export. Fuel tank is ready. Now we just need to wait for the oil to be transferred back into the refinery. Or at least into the storage tank, so the train can, the ship can run and do an export. This construction office vehicles here will help a lot with the building of the pipes and tanks. Transportation routes will be a lot shorter, and a distribution office train will bring the steel here as needed. These are already domestic storage pipes. $85 versus 85 health, 84. Seems okay. This is 80, so this is struggling more than the other new houses. And this one is getting its heating from the main heating plant, plus a small heating plant within the city. Could also have been that they just were working in the refinery and had a lower average health, but the building has such a high capacity that it shouldn't really drop. Unless there's a very unlucky coincidence where a lot of them did actually go to the refinery, which seems unlikely. Can we make the pipe layout here a little bit nicer? I think the answer to that might be yes. Oh. That connection, right. Oh, water pipe demolition already done. Good. Next one, I guess, can already be planned. Can be quite shallow in the ground, doesn't have to super deep. Yeah, if we run out of coal and or water here, the coaling station would stop. And that could be an issue, but I don't think that'll happen. Where's the ship? Oh no. I mean, we have 2 trains running. I guess it makes sense that one ship is now currently insufficient to supply it fast enough. It was still only 200 tons off. The ship should be here by the next time the other train gets back. At least that was how it was. Well, don't load fuel in here, that would be horrendous. Input pipeline is ready for the refinery, and now we need the input pipeline for the oil. And then we would start exporting. And with that excess money we can turn off the electronic imports in rubles and deal with our loans, I think. Plus export some fuel and bitumen to the border as well. But yeah, first of all, we need to make sure that the US currency is fine again. And then any excess could be exported with the rail distribution office. Which also needs water. And electricity. I could have made that substation a little bit closer. I mean, we can still relocate it, I guess. There's nothing that the refinery is doing right now, so we'll just relocate the substation so it also covers the distribution office. And during that time the refinery doesn't need to work anyway, so I can disconnect it. Get the new power line in. Alright, the dirt road is in the way. Really? I went underground. You're still complaining about these pipes, huh? I'll remove a little bit more power line. And then we'll hook it up to here. Should be okay. This doesn't need water or sewage handling. It will just need water. And coal. And by water I meant like, it does not need... I'm so sad that the... Wait. No, the water supply is still from... There's no small... Yeah, there's no small water well. We will need to bring out the water from the harbor up here, which is okay. Small water pumping station into the rail distribution office over on that side. "200 days is fine. Will not take too long. 66 days is fine. That way we'll have access to water. And I don't need to worry about the electricity of the pumping station or the rail distribution office. There's the grain. Construction for the pipeline is nearing completion. It needs a road crane. And then the pumping will work as intended. Oh my god, there's so much grass. Okay, I'll wait with like the beautification, as in like covering all the grass, until all of the construction is done. Otherwise we'll have to run after a lot of grass removal here and there. We can do that later. The temporary distribution office can handle the coal distribution for the time being to the rail distribution office. How's the tram repair? Well, all the resources are here, so I guess we can up the amount of workers. And yeah, construction will be done quickly now. We'll actually see if it works. Oh, they can't get workers here. Because it is connected by a road that doesn't allow people to walk onto the construction site, so we will have to wait on the buses. I'll deal with the power line. Not going to take too long. An excavator can build that. Construction officers can now pick up workers from the train station. Oil unloading pipeline is done. Oil is very cheap in rubles, but I can't import it by ship in rubles because we don't have a way to get underneath our train track bridge. If they update that at some point to make sure the distances here are manageable again. Currently it's 21 meters width between these pillars, when it should be 39 meters, as the tooltip says. Then we could send the ship out to also import oil from the east. But I mean, the main goal is still going to be make our own oil, so we don't have to import from the west anymore. I don't know if you're going to load fuel or bitumen first. Bitumen. And once the ship comes back, hopefully we will have more refined goods for it. We won't be using the fuel domestically yet, it's just going to be a refinement process. I haven't looked at it yet, but I assume it's profitable, even with the US currency. Okay. That is set up. Now let's see if we can set a tram to do some repairs and see if it works. If this doesn't work, then yeah, that's going to be quite annoying. But hopefully it will. Probably check after the end station. No. Trams are allowed. Oh god, this one definitely needs repairs. This is not gonna work. Do we really need an end station for all of them next to the repair station? Oh, I don't like that. That's horrible. Alright, I guess this doesn't work. I wonder if it's based... Wait, yeah, the road is done. I wonder if it's based on the road type. Maybe if they have walking access it would work. I'm gonna try it by replacing this with a tram road with footpath connection, but if that doesn't work, then yeah, we'll have to replace it with an end station, which means things probably have to... No, this will probably fit here. Yeah, should be fine. We'll have to bring it in through the front door then. Okay. Shouldn't be too bad, but every tram will basically have to run through that end station, which is gonna be annoying. But we can make the end station not let them wait. Just like immediately send them out back to the other normal end station. Yeah, this is not great. Especially for the trams that come in from this side. Because they go here to unload the people and then, well, where are they gonna go? I guess to the end station first. I don't know. I don't want to build a repair station on each end station. That seems ridiculous. But maybe the different road will work. I don't know. Sometimes the game, you don't know how it works, like how it searches for a path to something. Maybe it doesn't check the road connection, maybe it checks the footpath connection. Somehow, I don't know. Just making assumptions. But if it doesn't work, yeah, we'll need to replace it. Tunneling almost done. We'll have electricity here again soon. It removed the footpath. Okay, that'll work. Tunneling machine is also almost done, but the tunnel construction itself will take a while. Thankfully, the vehicles are very close, so it will not take too long, because the trip to get the materials is quite short. But yeah, after this, we probably need to worry about where to set up the permanent rail construction office in the area. I guess it could be on the other side of the pumping harbor, with the road connection going back down. I don't know. I guess the array line is going to be elevated going past here. Maybe this location where the terrain could be flattened a little bit. Maybe the permanent rail construction office could be on that side. Yep, this is being emptied out, that is fine. We don't need warning messages for it. Alright, and here, get the replacement road in. A tram with normal connection. Maybe these ones don't pass the trams correctly, but we'll see. If it doesn't work, I might also report it. I don't know. It would be nice if the trams could pass through the train depot on their own to get repairs, if it is set up like that. Wire has been delivered. Now we just need another delivery of a bus with some workers to finish the construction, and we'll have electricity, meaning the refinery will start working. And the other ship is somewhere. It's making its way to the border. I don't know if it's... Oh, that's the grain ship. I guess the other ship is coming back? I don't know. Oh, there it is. Also making its way to the border. I wanted to check if we actually make a profit with oil into fuel and bitumen. So the oil price, we get half, for 1 ton of oil we get half a ton of fuel and like a third of a ton of bitumen or something. So 250 tons get turned into 125 tons, and then 75 tons is a little bit less than a third, but for purposes of calculating, we buy it for 1,500, and we already make 3,000 with fuel itself. So it is definitely going to be profitable, because this makes 1,500, because in half it's going to cover the oil cost, and then bitumen is going to be on top. A third of 5,000 is still going to be a huge amount of. So yeah, we'll run a refinery with imported fuel from the west, like oil. This is fuel. Don't store that here. This is also fuel. Should only store that here if the fuel storage is full domestically, export-wise. At some point we'll switch it over to prioritize the domestic storages, but right now it should go in here instead. And the oil refinery is working again. Where the domestic storage tank isn't even hooked up yet. That would be bitumen domestic. When will you create your domestic oil pumps? After our money situation has been resolved. Not yet. Because that thing costs a lot of steel and other components. I will have to build a huge pipeline. With the ships already in place and the pumping harbor set up for export, this can work. I probably should buy a second ship, to be honest. Make one export fuel and one export bitumen. But the cost. Rail distribution office done. Coal delivery by you for now. And this will handle fluids of the refinery. Oh my god, come on. The oil import is expensive. We need to get the export rolling. I guess I also don't need to distribute fuel here anymore because it arrives directly from the refinery. No grain here yet. Ship is a bit slow, it looks like. Sorry. I'll have to run again. Thankfully, coal is free, and steel and mechanical components are free. We're making them ourselves. Free in, like, we're We don't need to import them for repairs. I saw the train clip through the ground here. I'll have to fix that. Is the removal done of the other buildings near the steel mill? Yes, sort of. It's time to remove this road connection. All the way here, I guess. Cancel. Get rid of the footpath, merge this. We'll remove this later. Demolish all of this. We'll hook up the new road. All of this has to go. We need the room to build the new waste storage for metal scrap. But it should not take up too much space. Maybe we just need to remove this side of that. And rebuild it here. Getting rid of this section of road and the pump. So I would like this road to extend out here in a straight way, which would be about here. Does not want me to build that way. Probably have to be a little bit further away. Now I'll probably build this anew instead. We do have a bunch of coal in here. It'll probably last until then. Let me know when this is done. And we'll have to get rid of this road too after the small water well is gone, which we built before they became unavailable in early start. That is bitumen. I do have to set the storages here, because if I don't, the pumps can still transmit other fluids here. This one might be pumping bitumen to the other storage tanks, but if this connection were available, and this wasn't set to only hold bitumen, it could also store fuel. The game would do that. I should alternate it. Fuel, bitumen, fuel, bitumen. And you will do fuel next. Wasn't able to buy enough oil, so quite expensive, like I said. But yeah, that's not a concern if the profit is that high. I mean, the profit will go down as the fuel and bitumen prices will drop as we continue exporting, but since we're doing it with a ship, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. No bricks. Because you were transporting steel and you still have some steel stored. Help with the brick deliveries. Get that tunnel built. I don't think it helps. Let's see. No, they're not going in here. Okay, we'll rebuild this with an end station. And I think they will have to be routed through it. It would be surprising if they just get repairs into an end station without being assigned to it, but maybe, I don't know. Destroy this building. Then the road, and then I'll build the new end station here. A little bit of a waste. But what can you do? Now that we have the other road connection, I guess they can drop like workers by tram delivery directly onto the demolition site, which makes fine, I guess. Not that an excavator is necessarily slow, but it would get it done faster. And our trams are taking more and more damage as time goes on. Everything looks like it should be. No mixed waste piled up, which is fine. Okay. Let me know when that is done. Let's go back to Sovskoy. Let's see how it looks there. Road construction, good progress. Demolition of that piece, not too bad. Container storage has plenty of space, but it is quite far away. A local demolition office that drops it directly into the storages would probably work for doing this demolition work here, but it's fine. Can take a little bit longer, I guess. Water pumping is back. Coal deliveries are not disrupted. 2 more pickups for the water pump here. And 2 pickups for the road. I'm just rebuilding this because I want the junction to look nice. It would have not been necessary to do that, but it would have looked weird. These trains drive a lot faster, run a lot faster than we were doing in G-Rail Valley, that's for sure. They also only go 70. The wooden tie tracks maximum, pretty much. Also need to remove this road, which will do after this pump is gone. Otherwise I can't connect to it. And once the road is gone, we can build the replacement waste storage. And figure out to set up the end station up here, I guess. And then you are not needed anymore. If we had 2 ships importing oil, our temporary storage would be completely insufficient. We would blockade ourselves pretty much, block the import of fuel, the import of oil. And then none of the ships would be able to fully unload and load any of the cargo. We do not have that much cargo capacity for the ships. That was the water pump. And that road. Good. Coal delivery can happen later. Pump is gone. Yeah, get rid of all of it. We'll see how much space we need for that resource storage. And then we'll rework this area. Because this tower can go away, and maybe we can fit the end station somewhere next to the tunnel and the rail tunnel. I don't know if there's going to be enough space, I don't think so, but who knows. Maybe. The waste storage definitely has to be connected directly, otherwise the distribution office is gonna get confused. What's your opinion on using actual forklift for factory connection? Ever used it? Sorry for missing that question. Yes, I have used it. Mostly for shopping centers and other low intensity jobs like running a electronic factory. Using forklifts for grain storage is not going to keep up that well, unless you employ a lot of forklifts. So yeah, for lower intensity jobs, yes. For heavy duty factory connections like grain import, grain to food factory, I wouldn't use that. It's too much. There were 100 workers on that construction task. Hopefully more making their way back onto the tram. Now that I loaded workers from the train station, we had issues with escapes again, so I will go back to picking them up from a tram stop instead, to not cause prisoner escapes. There should be a reasonable amount of workers always on this stop. There's plenty of houses nearby. Train depot gone. Now we just need to create the room to have the end station in the area, which means the road also has to be moved away. But it will work. It has to. Let me know when that is done. Then we can build a new end station which is going to replace this loop, because the other route is also going to go through there. Every route is basically going to go through that. It's going to be somewhat horrible. They will have to go, like the counterclockwise loop has to go unload, go to the end station, then go back down to this end station to repair. It's gonna be so weird. It's gonna be some extra traffic. But the other routes will work fine. They will not create extra traffic. But it's going to be a busy one. I guess we could also have multiple end stations. I like the loop. Yeah, but it's going to be replaced. It will be different. I mean, yeah. If we have an end station here, all trains need to use the end station to check if they need to be repaired. Which now most definitely means that this whole thing can go away. I need a covered hull truck. From here, load whatever is in that storage and bring it back to the city's storage. And wait until loaded for the last trip. I don't know how this deal is looking. We should have already emptied that out with the direct route. So This connection, stop 4, can go away. I don't need it anymore. Once the warehouse and the building itself do not have any resources anymore, we'll start demolishing these. Plus the end station is not used anymore either. So we can build a direct connection here. Make sure that the trams run this route directly. Well, the stop is still being used, but for the return trip we need the direct connection. That's the reasoning. We don't need to loop it around here on the return trip, just for the initial trip. Fuel being loaded. Fuel itself should be enough to get another load of oil purchased. Because we're running alternating fuel bitumen, we basically have enough, as much fuel as we have oil during the export. So there should be a lot of it here. Of course the refinery hasn't caught up with it yet, so we will not have that much. But in general, every second export will cover one oil import. And the bitumen should do that too. A third of the bitumen is more than a full load of oil. Needs to be over 1,700 now. And a third would be 3,000 at the current rate. So about 2,500. Hello EXE. Welcome. And maybe I'll go grab that extra ship for grain imports soon, as soon as our US currency stabilizes. And after the next import of oil, the train will only run after it has completely unloaded once, which means enough export material should be present. How's the synergy between your Republic's industries? It is acceptable, although we haven't planted enough trees, I don't think. So it's not great. The workers demand more trees. And more green spaces, but I'm not in favor of those. Repairing in a train depot with a repair station did not work. They do not go to a train depot on their own, unfortunately. Maybe that'll change in the future, it would be nice, because then trams would behave like trains. But yeah. It might not be intended. Okay, let's get the end station built. In range of the repair station. And we'll run it through that instead. We'll check if they go there on their own, which I don't think so. If they do, that would be nice, then it would basically behave like the train depot was planned. But if they don't, then we'll have to route them through here every time. The next project after all of this is built is the oil field, which will not need any additional workers. But it will help us make this very profitable because we then don't need to run any more oil imports. And the temporary storage tank for oil will go away and be replaced by a proper storage setup. Although we don't really need a storage setup, we just need to pipe all of the oil to this area directly into the refinery. There's no real plan on storing oil on site, except maybe having one buffer storage in case something goes wrong. But most of it should just be in the pipeline and only going here if we have enough throughput. But one storage tank would probably be nice to have just to like gauge the average throughput that we have. Maybe once we build into the oil field, we can have the rail distribution office have its final location over here. I don't know. Could also be in the harbor. Oh, that one is done. Cool. Very good. Now, initially I wanted to build this thing. That would line up very nicely. But then the question was, could we make enough room for the end station down below, so we don't have to build anything on top of the hill? So the idea was to have this building somewhere in this area, doing just that. Get rid of this road and build the end station there. Different version of an end station, I guess. I think we'll still use the hill. It's kinda funny, I think. But I will rebuild the road leading up there, I think. We're modifying the terrain a bit. This might be a dumb question, but wasn't there a visual difference in the tooltips between normal water and purified drinking water? Well, only if you click it. There's no other... Well, the color slowly changes to be like more brown. But otherwise, no. Like this has a quality indicator and it becomes slowly more darker and then brown and then at very high pollution greenish. The only other way to check it is in here with like mousing over it. Water quality, for example. But otherwise, not really. It's just the quality. Once the metal scrap storage has been built and replaced this one, there is a lot of distribution offices assigned to this. We'll have to switch all of them over. Make sure there's no direct routes, and then, yeah, phase it out. Probably by demolishing the conveyor first and seeing if there's more deliveries happening. We might be able to fit a end station in here. It doesn't have to be a large one, just a small one. And it doesn't have to have 2 road connections. A single road connection would be plenty. Train just left. I guess the signal doesn't really help. There's not enough room here, it's fine. Once they start building track into the tunnel, construction will accelerate. How does steel from scrap compare to virgin steel, complexity-wise? Steel from scrap doesn't really make a profit if you try to plan on importing it. But scrap steel is just take scrap steel and smelt it into normal steel. Or like scrap metal into steel, so it's just a single building. Coal and iron into steel is profitable with imports, but yeah, you have 2 resources that you're merging into one, and presumably it also creates a lot more waste product. Ship is running again. 3,400 US dollars worth of export. If we get excess fuel, it can overflow into our domestic storages. Excess bitumen shouldn't really happen, but some excess fuel might. Let me know when the end station is done. We'll start repaying our US loans at some point, but yeah, the refinery is running with the ships. Well, the single ship. And that should also, as a side hustle, pay for the grain imports, I think. And now the plan would be to run the pipeline, which would come in along the road. through the whole area, pumping stations along the way, and then go into the oil field. Should be merging pumping stations, I think, because we're trying to bring everything together. Not enough room here. This can move. Pumping station somewhere on that side will be okay. But yeah, through the city area, probably just in this location. Then probably here. I'll move the bulldozers back into some other location to make room. I don't know how far we can go with this. Too long. Yeah, that'll do. We'll put the pumping station here. That'll be okay. I will need more bulldozers in the future once I try and terraform the rest of this area, so I guess I can bring them back again. We'll lay out the pipeline now. On this side we have enough space. It's basically going to go from the refinery up here where the oil tank is, along the road, probably pumping station between the machine component, mechanical component factory, down the road through this, following the road tunnel up the hill. There's room here somewhere, if not the other side of the road is empty. Past the prison, and then this should be fine. And if not, I might have to invest in some pumping throughput research, but that would be ridiculous. Although you do get quite a bit of extra range with that. Can we make this look nice? I don't think I can get this. Oh, maybe. It is very close. Okay, let's try it. That seemed like it could work. So from here... a little bit too short. About there? No, it's too short. Let's try again. About here. Nope, still too short. And now I'm on the building and it doesn't want me to easily get out of this anymore. This one is what we had. Seems like this should work. I guess it's quite low underground, has to come up first. And then I need to remove this back to where I can actually place something. It's because there's a building in the way. Missing resources, electronics. Wow. Great. My interest rate is going up higher and higher. This will be much easier, I think. Just need to move it back a bit. And then I guess it's going to pump towards the road for the next pumping station at the prison. Which then heads down this direction. Perfect. Now we just need to be able to actually hook it up to a road here, because that was not possible. Okay, it is. Then we're good. And we'll need electricity here too. This has power, this one has power, this one has power. So we're lacking electricity here, and then we need another one on that side. So one substation in the area should do it. How far can we go? Yeah, pretty much here. That'll be fine. Should be able to cover all of that with one substation. I guess we can start building these. Yeah, one more pumping station here. And then into the refinery. So the rail tunnel is in the way a little bit. But not that much. We'll have to redesign that a little bit because it looks disgusting. That height would be enough. So if we run the pipeline off of this as straight as possible, we would have the elevation correct to go over the train tracks. Somewhere like this should work. Now we need to adjust the elevation on the other side to match. Just extend it out a little bit. We're making sure it's straight based on the curvature icons, and then just make sure it has about the same look. Doesn't need to be that far, just over the train tracks. And then hook it up here. We're out of US currency. Metal scrap. Now to rework all of this, I don't know if we have technical services dropping into this directly. I don't think so. Yep, 100%. And this metal scrap storage goes away. We'll worry about the end station soon. Do this first. Bunch of demolition offices directly assigned here. I don't need to do anything complicated. These are just the temporary demolition offices we assigned to help with removal of waste. And now I don't know if any distribution office is assigned to this technical service. It shouldn't be. The technical services do not... No, wait, there might be technical services picking up metal scrap. The ones next to these buildings. So everything in this area will also have to be reassigned. Technical service waste. To the new storage. And I think that is it. I think that's everything. We should be able to remove this building now. You are not assigned to that anymore. That's your last unloading task, and I guess I can kind of prevent that. But yeah, I'll give it some time. We'll see if more waste stacks up here. And if there's more than 10 tons of metal scrap in the area, we missed something. Give it some time. This one, no waiting time, just actually 0 seconds. It doesn't like 0 seconds. You have an end station at Harbor, which is fine. Before you go to the station, you need to go through this end station too, which will allow you to repair. Clockwise and counterclockwise after going to stop 5 have to go here to repair, and then the counterclockwise one, the one coming from the other side, is going to be different because you go to 1, so you unload, then you go here, then you go here, and then you're all set. Yeah. Now these trams can get repaired again. And it's going to be a lot of them wanting repairs. So we'll probably up the amount of workers in the repair station for now, because otherwise this is going to fill up like crazy. This is a bug that I reported when you manually assign trams for repair. They do a lot of assignment tasks, thousands of them, but it should still work. It doesn't happen when they automatically do it, but I had a bunch of them assigned for manual repairs, so that's the issue there. Last pipeline would go into the refinery. It's too long. I guess we could maybe move this pumping station a bit. If it were here, it would work. We'll have to see how much more distance we can get out of this. Not that much. Maybe it'll work. I have to move this construction office. That might be possible. It looked like it should be enough space. So there. About here. Don't think that's gonna be enough. Unfortunately, no. It's really close. Just because of the corner. I mean, having another pumping station is not the end of the world. Plus, we might want to merge other oil in here too, so I guess we'll leave that as is and build another pumping station. Well, we'll have to do that when we're ready to switch this over, because I then would like to remove the oil imports. I guess we could set it up to a proper 2 storage tanks. Yeah, then it would be fine, then we don't need another pump. Just set up a... We could have, like, split this up with, like, small storage tanks instead of having the pumping stations, but it's fine. We don't need another pump, we just need a storage tank. So I guess for now this could theoretically go in here until we set up the proper storage. But if I do that, then I don't think I'll ever change this again. And I definitely want to. But we probably have to get rid of this loop first. I guess we can hook it up, yeah, sure. Once the loop goes away, at that point we can plan the other storage tanks. And maybe even another pump. And just the power here, the electricity. The power line will not have the same issue. Good. But it does not like going through the pumping station. I guess we'll run it along the sewage pipe and make it follow that. Really? I guess I'll just move it slightly underground then. There. Power line with the ability to hook up another power line out this way. The other two, we'll worry about them if we need those connections. Probably have another high voltage power line go elsewhere. Probably to the power plant with like aggregate coal delivery into the harbor. That is also still open. But yeah, that kind of sets up the pipeline through the city, which basically allows us to get now started with the oil field. We do have that temporary power line connection here. Oh, someone has been waiting on an oil field. Oil fields are tedious to set up, but it's a giant oil field, so it's probably gonna be fine. This will probably make a ton of pollution. So yeah, this is all one massive oil field. Stink it up. Other direction. We'll probably have to run a fire station here. Make sure this is protected. With the snow, just having the city protect this is not going to be enough. Or I have to get fire helicopters. Which means I would have to set up another repair station. Speaking of repair station, are you fine? Almost. It still has all of these assignment tasks on it. From the manually assigned repairs. But they should clear themselves up, they just use up a lot of resources, which is ridiculous. Basically the trams drive in here again and realize that they are fully repaired, but then it still spends some amount of resources. Which is not good. But yeah, once they've gone through... Ah, there's too many assignment tasks, I'll just let it repair, it's fine. Now in the oil field I will probably use oil tanks, because they are going to act as a buffer. And they will also help us reduce the amount of pumps we need. I would also like to have another electric substation. Like a transformer, I mean. So we can run power to the whole field. So the idea that I have is to have 2 oil tanks, or 2 pumps connected per oil tank, and then those oil tanks go to a pump. Our first pump is over on this side, so let's keep building a little bit more. And if this is too much pollution, well... Hashtag blame chat. Never fails. Looks like here we will have to wait for the removal of the power line. These 2 tanks can now go into a pumping station that then feeds in here. which is going to be the first connection. I don't like these curved pipes for the oil field that much. It looks strange. I think that'll look nicer. I'll probably need an underground pipe here, because I need to get into the center of this. Fire station will probably be centrally located, and then have like road connections everywhere. But it's going to be a circle of pump jacks that everything will connect to. And then we have to build more and more and more all the way up here. Depending on how much the oil refinery can take. That depends on how many workers we have. I think we'll get a tunnel that goes through here and comes out on this side into the road. That's the way we get into this oil field. So that'll be the road connection, giving us access for construction and bringing workers here for running the fire station. The loop is going to be closed, except for that one bit where we have to drive through. Yeah, we will have to involve... I mean, if I were just using pumping stations, it would look probably nicer, so let's do that. Let's not use the oil tanks, even though that would save us a little bit of electricity, but we don't need to be a stickler for that. And it's going to make the connection way easier. Wrong pump. Wrong pump. Oh, that's why that worked. It wasn't even hooked up. Oh, this is... well... I just realized that that's not as ideal as I thought it would be. But it might still work. Why no links? I'm not using mods, so... Hello Fluid Source, welcome. No links. At least like ask if you want to place links. Spam bots like pasting links, so I don't like having them. This is... I'm wondering... Click here to check the hot comrades in your area. Oh god. It's a little bit early for that. Why not jack, pump jack? Next jack, pump jack, yeah. I could use the... I think I'll use the storage tanks. We'll set it up that way. I'll have to centralize everything and then feed it into the center, and from the center it's gonna go that way. I will not use pumps directly. And then we'll bring it towards the center and then merge it into a single pipeline that goes towards the city. Because then we can have several rings hooking up like that. Pumping station here and a couple more pumps that feed into the pumping station too. So the pumping station would be on that side pretty much. Why don't I just lay the other pipeline over the first one? And then we even have like the ability to drive roads underneath this. At least we should be able to do that now. Yeah. That's what we will do. Above ground pipelines everywhere. We'll have to give enough room if we want to have above ground pipelines here too. Make sure the road can go through. So these will run full, then pump into the storage tank. The storage tank will get siphoned by the first pump. It'll all go through a central pipeline that will run towards the new pumps. And the input starts somewhere over here. Thankfully there's like a dead space of oil in the area, so yeah, we just have a merging pump here that can take resources from the sides and it will bring it to the city. This is gonna be a mess. Are 25 pump jack efficiency worth it? Well, every oil is worth it, I guess. You're just spending electricity and a little bit of maintenance every time. We just want to make the oil field look imposing. It should all be filled out, I think. That's the purpose. If you're starting out, then maybe not, but in our case, why not? Get as much oil extraction as possible on these things. I had another connection free from the storage tank, so I wanted to use it. I mean, I could move it further back here, but then the pipeline's probably getting too long. So fire station over here, I think, covering the whole area with roads somewhat leading towards the center. It'll need waste collection, it'll need water. It doesn't really need water or sewage, but it needs a bunch of fire trucks. Fire station needs water? No. You can run a fire station even without water. The people will get sick. Yes. I guess we could give it water but not sewage. But yeah, we can just have a... Yeah, drinking water, I know. But we can just... I guess a technical service dealing with it probably will be in range anyway. Like the city's technical service should be able to cover it. Yeah, it'll be in range. Just a waste storage of water tank, sewage tank, it's fine. Don't think we're gonna put running water and sewage there. I mean, at some point we might. But yeah, we could start building this up. I don't know if I want to plan everything out. I would like to have an alternate power connection here so it doesn't interfere with the oil field construction. Probably do an underground wire. Because we're gonna be running tunnels and everything kind of will be in the way if we do that. Even the underground wire might be. But as long as it goes along the train track, I guess it can't be, because we can't move the train track anyway. So just build that, we'll remove the other power line after, and then plan for the tunnel to connect into this area. Somewhere through here. Is there research that helps with oil fuel? There's several. You can reduce the price impact for exporting. You can do the pipe pressure increase, which gives you more distance with the pipe construction. But yeah, that's some of them. I don't think we'll need to keep importing as soon as the first pumps come online. I mean, we do... workers? Fire truck workers? Anyone? Okay. Producing a little bit of fuel in excess now. We're out of rubles. I wanted to initially start moving the oil we're already pumping here to the refinery by train, which we can do as soon as the tunnels are done. But yeah, the oil field will get constructed as well. That is a little bit too close. US currency looks better. Still have to pay back 10 million, but I think we're gonna make a profit now. That looks hideous. I still don't like it. But I guess it's fine. Road connection into the area from here or this side. Probably in between the two pumps because, well, there's room. We'll have to bring electricity in, and yeah, I think the central fire station would be a good idea. Or helicopters, but I don't know about that. Like, helicopters would be convenient. Could have a helicopter fire station right next to the repair station and supply it with some aluminum. I don't want to spend that many repairs. It might be cheaper just to find the right. I need to. The other way to solve it was just to go here and cancel repairs. Nope. I guess that's not it. Yeah, they're spending repair materials for all of these. Not a huge amount, but I don't know. I'd rather click 500 times, I guess. It's fine. So this one could go to the storage tank or could go to another pumping station, after which it would then be rerouted to probably where it needs to go. Probably a pumping station here. This would be the central one. I mean, the central one could be a storage tank. We could have a larger storage tank in the center. But I don't really want to store the oil inside the oil field. But then again, I guess they kind of do that. And it would mean that the fire station nearby makes a little bit more sense as well. No, I'm gonna switch over to underground pipes. Not everything, but instead of these like bridges, I want to use underground pipes instead. Because this looks not great to me. This will look so much nicer. Even this one. Yeah, I think I like that more. I think I'm okay with this. All the above ground pipe fans will have to endure. I mean, there's still a lot of above ground pipes, so I don't think it looks bad. And we can probably get a road connection through here as well for the fire trucks. Two substations will connect everything. We'll tell this ship to stop importing oil now and waiting until loaded for fuel and bitumen alternating, because we will be running the first oil trains here. We can always tell it to wait until loaded for fuel, but not bitumen. because we don't know how much there will be. Tunnels are not far from completion. Track construction should be a lot quicker than the tunnel building phase, and then the rest is just track, which will go quickly. Let's go back to Sovskoye for a moment. There has been no more metal scrap delivery here, so it seems like everything is as it should be. So we'll get rid of this. And you can make your way into a depot. Five wagons, maximum length, probably 100. Could be longer. I think everything is like fine train station wise. I think they can take the maximum length of rail distribution. Let me know when this one is done. So we'll use our own oil to make fuel and bitumen to export to the west to pay back the loans we're currently running. And also to make sure we can continue importing grain cheaply. And then later, any excess will be sent to the east to pay back some money there. Oh, these electronics are so brutal. Maybe I should just get rid of the TV station. Or just reduce the amount of imports we're doing. I mean, that was the plan all along. Run Western imports. It would be very expensive to start out with. But if we don't have to do any more oil imports, I think it's doable. Mechanical component exports probably pay for the grain imports. Then a little bit of fuel and bitumen export on the side will help. Yep, interest rate is just climbing. I think we might switch over to ruble exports for a moment, alternate. Run the pumps to the domestic storages. Because there's less... I mean, the inflation still helps us, it's just that we have so many resources imported from the eastern side currently. Which is, I guess, why we're setting up this harbor, to run some imports on US currency. I didn't want to make everything myself. Is the power line hooked up? Yes. Electricity is still available. Once that is done, we can begin with the tunnel construction. I'll move the terrain a little bit back so we get a nice tunnel exit here. Maybe even lower down the ground a bit so it comes out of the ground and hooks up to the road over here. Oh, there's a pipeline there. I guess the trucks have to, the buses have to drive around. That's okay. Maybe I should just run the allow repair cancel when long idle and kick them all out. Let's do that. Maybe that'll work. It might remove all of them. I mean, I clicked it down to 150, it's not that many more. Pipeline through the city is ready. We'll just start building it and then planning out the rest. I might have to redo this pipeline because I need a road connection through there. This one I think is fine because we can just drive around. We have a road connection through here, but yes, I would like to be able to drive around this, because we will need more pumps. Although this is all dead territory. Oh. Well, I guess we might not need that then. Yeah, let's wait. I mean, I need the output connection so we can bring oil out of here. But I should only build where I'm confident that nothing is going to change, and this line pretty much is done. I just need to plan out a little bit of a sliver here to figure out how the pipeline's going to look, where I just want the road to go through here, I guess. I mean, from the fire station's point of view, it would make sense to have a road connection like this out of here. Fire station being next to the storage tank. Could also run multiple fire stations with like smaller fire trucks in there, and then have a central bus stop where they all walk to the fire stations instead. But I think one central fire station here should be sufficient. Then we can probably run out this way and get our pipe connection in. Meaning that we will have an export pipeline to the refinery. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. That looks neat. We have 2 more connections off of that pump. The central one basically heading it down along the whole length of the route. There will be another pumping station or small storage tank, and then this one would head further into Rosmar and construction sector Donitity for hooking up more of the oil field. And the outer connection would head on to go through the rest of the local oil field. So this pump is only intended to go through to the next area. I still have a connection potential here. And I guess this one was not supposed to go to the other side too. We wanted to centralize everything into the storage tank and then move it out. So yeah, the other connection from this area will have to go through here with this little bit of an underground pipe, which it should be able to do. Past the pump, and then hook it up, and yeah, above ground pipe here. That'll be fine. But that gives us the ability to have the initial oil field start running and bring oil to the refinery. The 0 rubles matter only for the penalty loan repayments. So yes, but also not quite. But thank you. Come on, we have to go through one tunnel. Oh, we have. Okay. The track is being built, which should be faster than the tunnel. Maybe I'll keep importing oil for a little bit longer. There's so much fuel here already. I don't have enough room to store all the fuel in the export storage to bring it back to the west at the current rate. Yeah, I should probably not do that. Just wait until loaded for fuel to continue running later on. Just run the grain imports for now. Until we get the oil here by train or by pipeline. Power line is gone. We need to be a little bit deeper, otherwise we can't get underneath that location. The rail and road. Should be enough space. I'm pretty sure. We can go underneath here first. We can probably make that connection work. Maybe move this road a little bit over to the side so it stops complaining. And we can place it neatly. We'll start building the basic road network, get the fire station up and running before we start building the pumps and pipe. Well, the pipes I guess we could build already. But yeah, road network should be constructed. I guess I could use some dirt roads to accelerate things a little bit. Hello Scott, welcome. It's going well, weekend and all that, and having a good time in Workers and Resources. Not playing it as frequently as usually, but maybe over this weekend that might change. I've played a lot of different games recently, and I think I'm in the mood again for having more Workers and Resources running. Okay, this did cancel the repairs, so I didn't have to remove them manually. We need to set all rail and tram to repair at 30%. Not just those in a depot. I agree, more Workers and Resources. It is kind of popular. Yeah, I think this will work as an oil field. I still have to figure out if I want to have another transformer or not. Maybe not. One connection is temporary. 2 connections out the northern end. I mean, we will have another transformer here for the city and heating plant. Heating plant location to be determined. I could have the transformer inside the field itself. We'll just bring a high voltage line over. Yeah, I'll do that. We'll build a transformer in the center here. High voltage switch and transformer next to the fire station. Fire truck direction heading along here. It's gonna be a very overplanned oil field, I think, but yeah, it will work. How's the tunnel? 340 days. Why were you not able to leave until now? Did I mess up the signals? They are regular. You should be able to move as soon as the other train disappears into the tunnel. And the grain train isn't nearby. Okay, no, it works. It's just slow apparently. Just a little bit slow with the construction. We'll get another 700 tons of fuel out of there, which is not enough to fill up the ship. But currently, we have enough money to pay back the loans of the ship exports. So yeah, the whole route is basically making a lot of money. And as soon as we can bring our own oil here from the trains. First of all, this is going to be a whole lot faster than what we have been previously running. And secondly, it's going to make the oil refinery more profitable. Pay back the US loans, then export to the east. Instead of oil, we'll be exporting fuel and bitumen. And we can slowly shift over the transportation of fuel and bitumen to the rail distribution office instead of having dedicated trains in most of the areas. How's the grain looking? No train parked here right now. There's one. Nope. That's the Bugodonsk train going to pick up food and alcohol. for waste storage. And a water and sewage tank. Maybe hooked up by a piping network, but I don't think so. The occasional truck can go here every now and then. It's probably gonna be fine. I'll get a power transformer in the area. And a high voltage switch. Actually, we just need a high voltage power line. We only need a transformer. That will be good enough. Gravel should be enough. I'd rather use the asphalt roads because speed limit and all that. I know the road connection when it does a corner, it's like already there, but I'll just build asphalt everywhere. It's fine. It's just a little bit more. And yes, it should be enough, but it's also importance, I guess. I mean, yeah, it's very important. Pollution will hopefully not affect the city, but there's gonna be a lot of pollution being made. It might be quite bad. 4 tons per building at 100% efficiency. So each building basically makes as much pollution as 2 textile mills, or was it 1 textile mill? Almost as much as a clothing factory. And there's going to be a lot of them here, so this will be a highly polluting area. These flats are probably going to be the first ones affected if it hits them. I mean, we're somewhat far away, but not a kilometer, I don't think. Nah, half a kilometer. Can be quite bad, especially with the heating plants already in the city, so there's already some pollution happening here. I mean, maybe our other heating plant will be here replacing these smaller heating plants and we get these out of this area. I don't know. This oil field could be a problem. This close. Not sure what was up with that bus. Is it the personal vehicles rushing forward and like trying to get to the... Oh, stop overtaking, like... No, no overtaking. Get lost. No overtaking allowed. You're just destroying my republic. Okay. We'll get rid of the road next. Make sure we don't hit the tunnel. Then get rid of the asphalt road and see if we can fit an end station here to replace the previous one. Where is it? Should be loading coal here. Aggregate loading for coal. Up here? Coal and waste. Metal scrap is now part of this. And Donitity does only load coal, it doesn't deal with the metal scrap and construction waste. Okay, that should be it. Why are you not... Is everyone busy? We have mechanical components. Busy, busy. You're not busy, you're waiting for repairs. Why are you in that repair station? It's not connected. Yeah, I guess... You could have picked that one. You're not doing locomotives. Get out of here. Oh, you have to finish that one. No ships, airplanes, helicopters, trams, metros. That is painful. That you're trying to repair exactly that. No locomotives. Why are you not repairing anyway? Like, trying to repair these, which are very far away, which are slowing everything else down. It's the area of our old settlement. Stop refueling. We need a new gas station. Currently our gas station is this one. I don't think I want one in the city directly. I mean, we could have one next to the... Yeah, let's put one next to the repair station. Over here. I mean, having it that close to the junction could create a deadlock. guess we should build one over here temporarily. I don't know. I think we're okay. Haven't had a warning for missing resources in Sovskoye in a while, so that's doing okay. Waste removal on that end looks good. Shame again that they're like transporting it all the way back to the demolition office and then back up here. Let me know when that one is done. In the meantime, you can also start working on demolishing this short section of road. Another 11, 12 construction tasks, and the tunnel here is gonna be completed. The rest of the track is not that much. I don't think so. Soil field's also going to make it so that I can't really build any more housing up in this area. Oh, it sucks. Well, we'll see how much pollution it'll make. Maybe it's possible to have some housing in the area. All of this was supposed to be an extension of outskirts. How's the grain silo doing? It's filling up slowly, but the trains are all still moving. Tunnel has low priority. They can bring resources here. Let the excavator finish it. No need to feed workers into that. Building isn't that critical. Track laying on both tunnels now. First pump check apparently. Nowhere to go. Well, that's fine. I could also let the other pipeline not be there and just hook up another pumping station to the storage tank. But I kind of want these connections for the local area. I think this is the right way, at least for like what we're doing. No excavator free, huh? All the construction offices are busy. And the other excavators inside the harbor are too far away. It's not urgent. I think we can demolish the turnaround loop. That one is not used anymore. No matter how pretty it is. Means the monument will need a new connection. Do a quick check on buildings, wear and tear across the whole map. Nothing over 30%, everything is in order. Let me know when this demolition is done so we can hook up the footpath to the monument. You're almost done with the train repair. Let's hope that doesn't happen again. Rail distribution office next to a repair station seems kind of important. Which means that the one inside the harbor also doesn't have that. I'll have to drive up here through the tunnel and then go into the oil refinery area. Is there room for a end station? There should be. Yes, I think so. Cool. I like that. Let me know when the end station is done and we'll hook it up back to the other 2 bus routes. Now everything is contained again within the original loop, including the scrap storage, which I like. Lost quite a few people, it looks like. Was a bit of a dip. Something happened. Lost 500 people in a very immediate fashion from, well, like 2 to 3 weeks. And it was not winter. Quick waste check. Looks fine. Didn't drop in happiness. At least not noticeably. I mean, I guess there was a drop when the people died, I guess. That's hard to see. This year... There was a sharp health drop. But it has recovered again, mostly. Maybe it was something with like a demolition or something. It's okay, only the unhappy died. Oh yeah, well then it's fine. Then it's alright. We'll run a personal car route to the oil field through an end station that we still have to set up next to the entrance. Somewhere here on the return trip, go through an end station. Maybe you know what happened? This pump check was working and it killed everyone. That would be hilarious. Let's see if that happens again. If we have another death spike, then the pollution from that simple pump check is, together with the heating plants, might already cause enough pollution. That's really the only thing that I can think of that has changed. But yeah, if we have another death spike, then I guess we need to monitor that. $79. Had a pandemic? Or maybe. Maybe that was it. But that wouldn't explain the unhappiness, though. I guess maybe the unhappiness is from, like, person died or something. 87 people starving. Let's not get into that again. I have no idea where they would be. Maybe I need to go into a search and find out where people are dying. You could put that one research point into the environmental station thingy, where you can track pollution. Yeah. That would be scary, to be able to see where we all messed up. And, I mean, it would be kind of cool. Didn't I spend my research point last time? I guess I didn't. Yeah, if I start with the pollution monitoring station, that would probably help find out issues. I'm not sure if I'm ready for that. We have multiple fire stations here. They do not need to have a full complement of workers. 15 is fine. Just fire vehicles close by so they can fight the fire and wait for additional vehicles to arrive. Three, maybe 4 more construction tasks, and first tunnel is gonna be done. Then it can start working all the train tracks. And yeah, we'll be able to pull resources towards ourselves. I cannot have any direct deliveries happen to this. It's not designed that way. This is only for the rail distribution office. Alright, line spacing is back via end station. Wait. 45% productivity, 43 happiness. Seems like an anomaly. I don't know. The ground texture, the cosmetic ground textures I couldn't really warm up to yet, especially since they hide the terrain overlay and also make it more difficult to do underground modifications, which we will have to do eventually. Oh, maybe I should rework the storage tank into the permanent version now, since we're not importing by harbor anymore currently. I guess I could rework this before we start pumping oil into it. So it didn't really last that long. Is that a good idea? No, I was wondering, wanted to wait until we could get rid of this loop. Let's not destroy that yet, we might still want to import. I don't know how much we're going to be able to produce. But yeah, let's wait. It's going to be functional. We can make that separation later on, once we have paid back most of the loans. All of them, pretty much. Another death spike? Oh my god, no, that's from the beginning. That's not when I redid the pump check. I don't believe it. Alright. We'll hold the refinery, put the extra workers in the mechanical component factory for now, until we can bring the trains to bear. The tunnel construction, the first one is done. So which ones are like transporting the oil? Donitity. I mean, sure, but I guess the tanker cars could go elsewhere now. We could bring them into the new rail distribution office. Or do we only have 2 direct connections? Surely it must be exports, which is also involved. I'll probably relocate these 2 trains over. They have more train cars than the rail distribution office could handle, but we can add another train. Plus the fuel oil delivery train that is running between the customs house and Donitity currently. Once we make fuel and bitumen reliably. Because then we can transport it to the city via that route. Yeah, good progress. Not too long now. One more construction task to get to the building, and then 2, maybe 3 per track on the other side. The ship is arriving just now. No, you're too early. Oh well. That second grain ship would be kind of nice. We'll probably buy it as soon as we start delivering fuel and bitumen ourselves. I mean, for domestic consumption, I don't think we're gonna have too little oil already. I think it's gonna be quite nice to have what we already have, and then this will bring us over the point where we can export. Making enough fuel and bitumen for domestic consumption will already reduce our imports significantly. I haven't checked the fuel and bitumen price in a while. It's only at 3,300. It is going up, but not in US dollars. So the overall inflation level is very low now. We had it more expensive previously, let's put it that way. So yeah, oil is cheap now, relatively. Maybe not in US dollars. I wonder if I should make the whole city 40 kilometers an hour by default. Because then the trams would be as fast as all the trucks. Right now they can go 5 kilometers an hour faster, which I guess is not that bad. It'll be fine. Let me know when the fire station is ready. At that point, we'll supply a fire truck or two small fire trucks, set up the personal car route from the train platform, and yeah, then we can set up the rest for construction, which should immediately be able to bring oil to the refinery. And it's probably going to be a lot of it. That power plant, that train track going through here. Long since gone are the days of running an EDK for 100 plus meters of rail construction. This is the era of the steam construction locomotives. We are close to 1 year away from having played 100 years with early start equipment. And I'm still not sick of it. I still like it a lot. Although the technological progress could also be quite cool. Where we actually try and like modernize, but that would be a different like play style. Yeah, these are prefab panels. Airplane, road, textures. Uh-oh, that's gonna be expensive. Prepare the loan. Maybe that'll hold. 90 million. 21 tons of electronics. How much are we thinking? I'm thinking like 60 million probably. For 21 tons? Might be more. I hope we can fill the whole train. But yeah, it's gonna be a lot. 30 million. Okay, only 30 million. That's okay. Well, not really, but sure. Over 1 million per ton. Oil price increase for 20 days. So in Sovskoy, no, in Donetity, we got rid of the rail construction stuff, the tram repair stuff. So technically, where's that vehicle? I had one vehicle assigned here to wait until loaded. Wait, are you constantly shoveling new resources in here? No, you're transporting them out. Are you just now finishing? Wait, what? Well, that's timing, I guess. But yeah, I think it's time to start demolishing this. The tram road down here is also complete. We will be able to rework this road section to get an aggregate loading station on this coal storage to feed our heating plants more efficiently, and maybe a distribution office for coal. The coal storage is kind of small for that, I guess. Alternatively, we have another conveyor connection that we could use. And make a dedicated coal storage for the heating inside the city or other distribution areas. Much larger cold storage would be kind of neat. One more construction task and we have arrived at the rail distribution office. Fluids, refinery, donut. And we just need the output connection to send it where it needs to go. Which would be our cities and then the Eastern Customs House. As soon as we have some trains distributing fuel and bitumen, we can then shut off the distribution of fuel and bitumen to the cities by the custom trains that are running. So I can then shorten them and kick out the loading task of fuel and bitumen at the border. Rail distribution vehicle should have no problem parking on that stop. It's way longer than 160 meters. And the other delivery area would be Bourg-Gaudens with one of our initial designs. Which is also fine. The train would arrive from this side, park here to unload, and then leave again. So yeah, we'll switch over Sovskoy first, or maybe Donetity first, I guess. And I'll also have to take care of bringing the oil to the area. That is also going to have to happen by the distribution office, as long as it's not pipeline connected. There we go, first connection done. Now we wait on this one. And the tunnel. Which is on the last construction task, probably. Yeah. Rail distribution office. I'll start with pulling in the oil first. Start making sure we have enough for production. And then if it already has enough... Wait. Can I even unload oil here? Have I set that up? I don't think so. We need a pipeline connection to be able to unload oil directly into the refinery. We would only store 450 tons by train. In the future everything is supposed to run by pipeline. But yeah, we need that connection. Also a temporary one. Okay, I guess I'll start bringing the trains over. After they arrive at the customs house, I'll pick them up and send them to the rail distribution office, including train cars and everything. And later on we'll add more trains and train cars. Oh, we're not running oil exports right now, I guess that explains it. So yeah, you're gonna be unassigned, and Donetity... I'm not sure why you are assigned. probably for bringing fuel and bitumen to the area, which makes sense. But that will also be handled by a different building. The shared distribution office is going to take over. Alright, you run export, I guess. Unload your fuel. Then come back and load whatever bitumen is there. And we'll send you out again, and that's going to be a ton of money. Enough to pay back the loan and have some money left over. We'll switch over to the domestic storage once all the US currency loan has been paid back. Because the mechanical components are basically paying for the grain import. But we need to start exporting fuel and bitumen to the west to switch over the electronic imports. After the domestic storages have run full, then the export storage will run full, and that will be continuously exported. And once that happens, we can start importing electronics from the west instead. By ship, infrequently. Which should hopefully keep the price reasonable. And we'll have a warehouse dedicated to electronics. 350 tons. It's going to be ridiculous. The ship that we have can carry more than that, I think. Yeah, almost 1,000 tons, so we'll basically have a buffer of 350 tons of electronics where the ship will go and get more, and it's going to be crazy. 1,000 tons of electronics is easy to calculate. In US dollars means we need 10 billion. Sorry, 1 billion. Is it? Yeah, 1 billion, I think. Is that right? 100. No, 100 million. Yeah, you're right, 100 million. It's getting late. My math skills are letting up. Weekend here at least. Yep. It's always good. Alright, you can build the other part of the track, that's fine. Should be okay. It's not gonna get in the way of anyone else. So to run an oil field, to fully supply 250 tons of oil at 100% efficiency, we would need at least... we would need less than 20 of these. What the hell? And we have very high efficiency, we have like 75%, so... 15 times 7.5. Well, 15 times 75 divided by 100. 11.25 tons. 250 divided by 11 tons is 22.7. So 23 pump tracks and the oil refinery should be fully supplied. It's going to be a somewhat large oil field, but I think this would be enough. Which is just gonna like eliminate all money problems, I think. Even the electronics shouldn't be able to rise in price so much that they can cause problems with this. Did I send the other one back? No. The other one also has to go to the distribution office. Spam the oil fields, the nation hungers. Children yearn for the pump jacks? No, that's not how that saying goes. I mean, we don't have an oil refinery running at 100% throughput. That would be ridiculous. But this is basically where we can feed the extra workers from the city into. And yeah, people will have something to do. First train. Fuel and bitumen, unloading oil here. 100%. No, 50%. And you can load when there's 50%. No, you can load anytime, I guess. Can't start deliveries yet. I mean, I guess I could. We would be sharing the same train track. I don't want to do that. As soon as this track has built to the station and this one has finished, we can set up a loop to get the distribution going, I guess. Not possible to run 100%? That sounds like Western propaganda. It is possible. It's just, do we need that much money? Or are we building for our comrades? The pollution could be ridiculous. I still need that heating plant, small heating plant and a police station in here. Alright, this has been cleared up. Warehouse isn't done yet. Probably because the plastics isn't being used up in the destination warehouse. Yeah, I guess that explains it. We're not waiting until unloaded, the truck is just driving around. Wait until unloaded too. Let them use up the plastics. Then you can let me know when you're parked here that we can also get rid of the warehouse. As long as it's less pollution than Chernobyl, everything is safe. I'm not even going to argue with that. It's the weekend, I don't want to. Can't make me. Now, is that brought up? Let's build a nuclear power plant. Not again, there's no reason to have a nuclear power plant in Siberia. One thing we could build is like an oil power plant that would like deal with our power demand sufficiently well. But a nuclear power plant would be absolute overkill. We don't have to have everything in every run. We have built plenty of nuclear power plants before. I don't even know if there's uranium here. I don't want to. Maybe cooling would be quite nice and convenient. But then again, you need liquid water, not snow, so who knows. Might be too cold to run a nuclear power plant. Have the water in the pipes freeze every now and then. Ships are basically the pig locomotives of the sea. That's what they are. Big pigs. I heard the Western powers said you couldn't build a nuclear power plant. Time to show them. No, I will not. Alright, why do we have so many crime cases? What is broken in this? Maybe we had a fire or something? Or is there an actual crisis here? %66 happiness is somewhat low. Oh, these ones aren't doing too well. I mean, they're living in shacks basically, so... Why is this police station overworked? What happened? What happened? Is it because I built a grocer out here now and that's where all the crime happens? No. Yakuza moving in. Hopefully not. Right? Oh, it's a new year. Maybe it's just like a sudden burst of new cases. Maybe there was a fire in a transformer causing a heating outage for some time. And then a lot of crime happened, and it was right at the beginning of a new year. So we started noticing. Or like at the end of the last year. Or are we out of food there? Like, what's going on? No. We do have food in the area. And the alcohol warning messages have also stopped, which is nice. Okay, I guess we can start running some rail distribution. Do we get some workers? Someone spent a lot of time designing that map. Amazing work. It is really cool, yeah. I wonder if it's based on accurate terrain data. Just import it and... yeah, could be quite nice. You go here, load oil. If there's more than... I don't know... 20%? Now we just need to wait for the pipeline to be built and then the trains can run. Right now it doesn't have any oil storage capacity. Did not as they have a tool to convert a real map to start building a workers and resources map. I assume it's just a height map profile, so you can probably take a height map and import it to workers and resources, I would assume. I haven't looked at the map editor, so I'm not sure. But there's no caves or anything, it's just like terrain elevation. Every bit of terrain is like a flat text, it's a flat plane that has certain amounts of elevation into it. And if you do a scan of like a real world area, you can also get a height map off of it. And then you could probably overlay that into workers and resources. Alright, I guess this construction is almost done. 1 day here, 7 days here, perfect. We'll wait until the other construction is done to let them move out the proper way. I guess we still need this, because if we do deliveries they have to go this way. So I guess this is still necessary. $280 tons. Maximum length train, 280 tons. So 300 tons, 20% is pretty good. We'll probably set up some signals in the tunnels. Fire station completed. There's not going to be any snowplows here. The Yak fire truck, even the AMO fire truck is fine. These oil fields and pumps are like going to be extinguished relatively quickly. We'll just get 2 AMOs, up to 10 workers in the fire station. It'll be fine. And they already delivered some water here. Beautiful. Let's check for personal cars. There's 1 personal car. From the train station, loading workers, to the fire station, through the end station, and then unloading the workers again, should you come back with some. We'll get some more personal cars and assign them to that route. I think like 6 personal cars maybe to start out with. Should be more than they need. There's still an AMO 15 bus here. 53 years old. It's gonna go to the scrapyard now. Probably the last of its kind. All the other ones have probably been replaced. And this is the last vehicle that always gets replaced with a new one. Yeah. Zwickau. Are there early start Western cars? There's an excavator. I don't know if they've added more. No, yeah, DKW F8. There is one. Another epidemic. Don't need chain signals here. They all run one direction, except in this area. But we can't send a train onto this block when another train wants to move through here and get out of this area. I guess this one also needs to have a chain signal. Could cause the same problem. Don't think we need signals in the tunnel. I don't think there's that much rail traffic here. But yeah, we're bringing oil to the refinery now. Much shorter route than bringing it to the customs house. Of course, we don't then have any oil exports going to the eastern border. Donut does not need to be assigned here anymore. We'll bring fuel and bitumen to the area. You load oil, you unload fuel and bitumen. And we'll flip over our pumps. So they go to the domestic connections first. And the export last. For bitumen that's going to take quite a while. But fuel should happen pretty soon. You didn't export. Why did you not export? Wait, you're not assigned to... You know what? Export both. It's fine. Sheesh. Is that a permanent situation now? No, we've run through all the cases. It's back to normal. We just didn't have enough cases yet to solve. But it should drop down below 20% again when the warning will disappear. So I won't disable it right now. It'll be okay. I should maybe take a look through all the police stations and see if one of them has like a huge amount of issues that I don't notice because I've maybe unticked it at some point and never ticked it back on. Okay, and the other thing you're going to do is you're going to bring fuel and bitumen to the construction sector, but also here. And the other train from this area we will also send to you. The fire trucks have arrived and refueled. Maybe I should build a gas station here. Then we can start the construction of the rest of the setup and see how much oil we produce compared to what we're currently consuming. We're not consuming. And if we realize that we have way too much fuel, then maybe we can also start exporting it to the east. But first, domestic supply. Tonitity is hooked up, construction sector should be hooked up. All these deliveries have warning messages set for when they do not have enough resources. So we should get an information. And we'll try and set up deliveries to Sovskoye next. Meaning that the train here will have its train cars stripped. It's gonna do one more delivery, and then the train cars will go to the train depot. And after that we'll do the same for Bugodonsk. And that should be all the fuel and bitumen import we normally do. Last year we consumed 1,400 tons of fuel, which is not a huge amount. For the refinery, I mean, to handle. Since we don't have the trains running on fuel, so I'm actually pretty good. Making bitumen can save good funds. Yeah, we're also doing that. Bitumen is expensive. We didn't import that much bitumen, but fuel, 1,400 tons, 20.8 million. Fuel is the killer. Alright, I'll wait until you're like done. Expensive for something you dump on a road to make asphalt from. Yep. It's very expensive. It's a pretty heavy investment that you make without noticing. Maybe exporting asphalt? You can't export asphalt. Not anymore. Same as concrete. Only bitumen. Okay, we'll let you unload. We'll let you unload inside the warehouse as well. And then off to the train depot. Detaching the tankers and taking off the commands. There we go. You can already customize the train route. No more fuel and bitumen imported. No more stop for unloading. Now we just detach the train cars and then we're done. We'll see that we can keep up with the fuel and bitumen deliveries, and then do the same for Bugodonsk, which is the furthest away city from the oil refinery. But we now have a rail distribution office that will handle fuel and bitumen, and those deliveries don't have to happen that often, because they can carry a ton of it. And with the pipeline supplying the oil, we also don't have to bring oil by train that much anymore. It's going to be mostly by pipeline. These should be more more resources than what we get from the other 6 pump jacks or 3 pump jacks that we have up here. They have supplied a lot of material for their time, but yeah, it's time to slowly phase them out. You ran the pipeline that far. This oil field and everything we're going to build is going to the refinery. We have a pipeline. All of these go central to the tank, into this pump, through here. Next pump, past the prison, construction area, scrapyard, or like, not scrapyard, but like demolition office. And then currently the storage tank is where it will end up on until we can remove this loop and build the proper storages. Once we can maybe get rid of the rail construction office and have that set up in a proper area. This one is supposed to be a temporary one. What the limit on pumping distance for pipes? I think 300 meters currently. $350, 340 meters. And if you get the extension, I think it extends it to like 450 or something. If you get the Okay, you're done. No more fuel or bitumen. I mean, in the same vein, I could handle the food distribution by a dedicated distribution office, but I don't know yet. These trains are still doing somewhat good work. I guess I'll bring this train to the rail distribution office as well. Next stop, buying a new grain ship for import. And then after that, buying the ship that will import us the electronics from the west. Yeah, I think the pipeline made sense. I'm not sure if it's going to run into an issue of delivering 250 tons of oil per day through it. It might run into the situation where we will still need to transport it by train, but we'll see. Not sure what the limit on oil pipes is. I've never really tested that out too much. But if the refinery can consume 250 tons of oil per day, it can probably go in with a single pipe. Will you export the electronics to the east? Don't think so. I'm exporting fuel and bitumen to the east. That should be good enough. I'm not really doing the whole trading oil from the east and then bringing like really good resources from the west in and trading them back to the east. Not doing that at the moment. Yeah, this is pretty much enough room for a distribution office train. So 2 can move in and start loading, and then merge again through the tunnels. And if the pipeline brings enough, then the trains don't have to deliver resources here right now. But at some point, the demand will grow. Tunnel is closer to completion, which is nice. I think the trams are still working even with the 2 end stations that we set up. Yeah, the line spacing does work very nicely. 1 end station set to fixed value just for repairs, and then the other ones behave normally for the line spacing purpose. I like it. I wouldn't have minded it working with the train depot, but I guess it's fine. $420 seconds. 6 trams are enough for 360 seconds, so we should assign more. Make sure that the amount of workers we're feeding to the harbor is more consistent. Now that the route is finalized, I don't see a reason not to. I don't think we're going to use up that plastic fast enough. Alright, after you've unloaded, you'll go to the vehicle depot. We're just going to demolish the plastic in here, it's fine. And get rid of that other road. In preparation for making the new coal loading station. Hopefully it's not going to kill the whole city. I mean, these are somewhat far apart, I guess, but it's like 4 clothing factories. Hello, Nedeye. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Hello, Wushel. Welcome to you too. How was your race room stream? How was the race? Why the decolon emote? Did I say something wrong? Welcome, Raiders. I'm the Spriteshword. We're playing some Workers and Resources right now, which is a city building game, more or less, but also industry building. It's basically a crossing at the crossroads of like City Skylines meets Factorial. You messed up both races? Oh no. Did you take anyone down with you? Or was it just a self-inflicted suffering? What have you done? I took Wushel with me in the first race. She likes that. She was probably giggling like crazy. Unless she was driving a Porsche, then maybe not. Just a minor casualty. Yeah, it's probably fine. All BMWs. Ah, right. Oh yeah, right. That is true. I forgot the event. Sounds good. And yeah, see, Mushel doesn't mind. It's probably fine. Well, it happens. I also hate it when that happens. But I haven't been driving much recently, so it hasn't been happening. I'm kind of sad I missed the Group 5 race last week, but oh well. What's gonna happen on Monday? With Rennsimulanten. We don't know yet. It's not clear. Can't have bad races when not racing at all. Yeah. That's how that goes. It's all just having a good time. But yeah, raiders, thanks for the raid. Like, this is not racing. Although we could go into first person of a train, I guess. They can only drive 70 kilometers an hour maximum because we're running steam locomotives and wooden tie tracks, so they're not that quick. Janus will be testing Touring Classics on defaults. We drove that already. And yes, the Volvo was a little bit sluggish over the curbs, over the chicanes. I thought it would do well, just going over the chicanes, but no, not really. Well, it is a cool car, but it does not like going over chicanes that much. It struggles. We're in the process of setting up an oil field for Dunetiti, our city that we have built. We are playing on the Siberia map, which is really cold. It's April and it's -4 degrees. Winter is basically 7 months of the year. And we've stretched out over the map quite a bit. Normally that doesn't really happen that often in this game. You stick like close to a customs house and you're happy, making a lot of money. But no, we built out quite a bit. Going over chicanes, going through turns, I don't know what the Volvo actually is for. Top speed. Good acceleration. But yeah, it's mostly a bouncy suspension. And lifting the front left like a Mustang. That's what it good for. What it is good for. Or was it the front right? I think it was the front left. I need to check if the scrap metal pickup worked fine. I just selected one, but I didn't look at the source. It should work. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, workers and resources. City building, factory building game. Very micromanagey in the sense that we have to set everything up. Like, nothing moves or works without you doing anything. You can't just mark an area for residential development and houses will build. If you played something like Tropico, where all the houses you have to place manually, it's kind of like that, except on a larger scale. And then you have to set up transportation routes and maybe set up a building that automates the delivery of food resources to your shopping centers and stuff like that. And then you might forget about it, and it works fine for a couple of years, and then some problem arises because maybe you forgot about the vehicle repairs or a building collapses due to lack of maintenance. It's that kind of game. It's like Shapes 2, but with a lot more city building and frustrations thrown in. We're making oil shapes right now into fuel shapes and bitumen shapes. This is our shape production line. I think the tram line is not working how it's supposed to. It should be though. Maybe it is. Yay, Shapes. I've seen you stream it. We're all sorted on the workers and resources. Yeah, we're gaming. It has been a week again. I haven't been playing it nearly enough. I was looking for diversity, playing a lot of different other games. And yeah. I feel like we might have too many games on Steam now. I can't keep up anymore. It's too much. It's way too much. But yeah, this game has a lot of like nostalgia, as in maybe not in this current situation, but if you play the one version without the DLC, you might see a lot of buildings that you're familiar with, because everything is inspired by Eastern Europe from the Cold War era. However, we are currently 1930 to 1960 time frame. I'm basically not upgrading my vehicles and equipment, so buildings, vehicles are all pretty old. And we have trams running in our city. This is the last city we have built. The second one is more urban. This one is taking its time to develop. But now we have a large-scale industry that we could feed workers into. I am not sure if that is possible to develop the area Donatiti Heights that I set up for the trams that are already running to pick people up, because the oil field is quite close. It might cause too much pollution. But yeah, it's not a racing game. Not one bit. Maybe at some point they'll add like a mode where you can manually drive a vehicle through your world. That would be kind of cool. The engine did come into existence as a helicopter simulator. So, helicopter simulator repurposed as a city building game, which was quite neat. So what have you planned for the weekend, Nedai? Any ideas what you're gonna do? You got oil up and running in both harbors, very nice. Yes, we also have the harbor extension planned, where I'm going to import electronics from the west. Once I have 100 million US dollars, I can get a shipload worth of electronics and import 50 ADs, NVIDIA graphics cards and AMD graphic cards by the boatload. Almost 1,000 tons of graphics cards. We can run Bitcoin mining then. Although it might be a little bit late. It's already 2029. Maybe another currency will become available that we can mine for at that point. The oil field should be in range of maintenance for the city, and then we also have the construction sector, Donut City, that can do the maintenance from the lower end. Should be up and running soon. I mean, the pipes are being built. It's just the groundwork that takes some time. Tunnel construction is done as well. I would like to get rid of this dirt road. Seems like they're prioritizing it, which is good. Wait, the snow is already gone? I guess it has been a long session. We've been basically going through 3 years today, I think. Stop going over the dirt road. Stop it. Alright, that stops now. So our ruble situation should improve since we stopped importing fuel and bitumen. If we have enough, altogether, also for Bugodonsk. But that is still not clear. I mean, it looks like we have enough fuel. The worker amount here is still insufficient though, like the tram transporting workers to the city seems to be not that reliable. Need more people. I could run the heating plant in Donutity oil field. And just supply the workers with buses, I guess. The oil field's going to be a 40 speed zone. Would be nice if we had a no overtaking zone as well. But I guess 40 speed kind of does that. Not too many vehicles left that are much slower than 40 kilometers an hour. If I go over to Sovskoye, I think we have the nicer looking city. So maybe a little bit more grid-like, but it's one that got built in a pretty flat area and was kind of designed to house enough workers for running a pretty large coal mine, steel mill setup, and also our food factory across the lake with a nice cableway station feeding both the food factory and the coal mine in the hills. Many workers being busy here. We're also playing on realism mode, where, like, in City Skylines you can place something and it gets built up automatically. Let's say a school, for example. If you play on realism mode in this game, well, you have to bring the resources over. What the hell? Why is this ground texture so cool? Huh. I guess we got really rocky ground texture now. Interesting. So delivering resources to a construction site and then bringing people to it to build it up is experience you might get from like the settlers, but in a city builder now. From a toaster to a white mysterious figure. Hello Tuz, welcome. White mysterious figure. We got 27 pages of loans. It's painful. We are paying 14.2 million rubles in loan repayments per month. 500,000 per day. It's expensive running a republic. A fire station to make sure if something catches fire, it gets put out. And to run a fire station, you also have to bring workers here. So we have some personal cars. Firefighters arrive here through a bus route that has been set up with 6 personal cars, and that keeps the fire station staffed to a sufficient amount where a fire shouldn't burn anything down. Hopefully. The steel we're using to build all of these pipes and pump jacks and everything, we are making ourselves from the steel mills you saw earlier. Over that direction, quite far away. It gets delivered by train to one of these storages and then picked up by truck and brought to the construction sites, which is what our construction officers are doing. So you don't have to micromanage the deliveries of construction materials. You just have to set up a construction office, tell it where the resources are, tell it where it can pick up workers, give it all the vehicles it needs, give it fuel, make sure the vehicles are maintained, and so on and so on, but then it will run around and do its own construction. Like here you can see its radius basically, or its search range. Currently set to 3 kilometers, being able to reach everything. Also has to go around and repair buildings because they wear down. All of these systems and things that I'm talking about are all optional. This is the maximum difficulty you can set it to. You do not have to enable these if you don't want to. I still remember the weirdest thing about the game that caught me out by surprise is just having a lot of people doesn't make you any money. You do not get tax income from having citizens living in your republic. The only way to get money is either exporting resources or tourism. Technically you can also make money importing certain resources, but yeah, importing, exporting, or tourism is, I guess, the way you can make money. I need that other ship. I bought the first one for 80 million. How expensive is it now? 150 million. it's just gonna get more and more expensive. We're hooking up this oil field through a pipeline that runs through the commercial district past the heating plant into the harbor to provide oil by direct pipeline connection. This pipe is the sewage pipe, but this other pipe over here, the slightly darker gray one, is the oil pipeline. How much is a Western ship? Probably 5-6 million, but there's no early start ones, so... no, these are also 33 million, but there's no early start one. No ship before 1960, so we can't really get one. We're trying to stick with very old equipment. I don't want to modernize. And yeah, this is the start of the oil field. There's plenty more oil up here, all the way up to our construction sector. This oil field has been sitting there and waiting to be claimed. I wanted to have a harbor first, which I now do. And we now need to hook it up for extraction. Every time I play this game I want to play more Derail Valley because of all the trains running around. Well, tomorrow might be more Derail Valley, I'm pretty sure. Sunday maybe more Workers and Resources. I mean, it depends. There might also be something else. Maybe I'll take a day off. I also want to finish that mission in Synergy. So many things to do. We got 15 million US dollars now, so the US loans are gone. Those are paid back, which is good. Now it's just ruble loans. Good amount of profit. Secret Synergy Sunday stream confirmed. I was thinking Synergy, I was thinking more Peak. I really enjoyed playing Peak. That was fun. Like another game like with chat, basically. Could be something. Now I'm wondering how a steam train would look like in Synergy. Well, it would be a sand glider steam train. I guess you could probably easily have a steam train there if you want to waste a lot of water. XCOM confirmed. No. First of all, it would be Xenonauts 2 probably, since I only showed that once on stream and haven't really played it much, but no. No other games being planned right now. I have Synergy, I have Derail Valley, I have Workers and Resources, I have way too many games running in parallel right now. And then I'm like randomly streaming indie games that are running some demos. It's a lot. Come on. Finish the pipeline. Can you up-prioritize the pump pipes closer to the refinery? The pumps pipes at the refinery are already done. This is the furthest one that wasn't done yet. Everything from here through the city should be completed. We just have to connect it through the storage tank, which needs to be built up. And then everything should be running. These storage tanks need to complete. Do you connect your medium voltage transformers to each other? Like, do you only have voltage lines? My transformers usually run high voltage. I have a high voltage connection running through a high voltage switch. I do not connect one medium transformer to another, like one transformer to another via medium voltage. This is a high voltage switch that runs a high voltage line over here. Otherwise, if I go medium voltage to medium voltage, I would just use a medium voltage switch. I'm thinking of placing a bunch of wind turbines here to collect. Do you also use this to collect power? But that seems kinda silly. But I haven't built renewable energy and workers and resources in a while. This one is the slowest pump check we have. This is a very weird design of an oil field. Usually I was also guilty of drawing like a long line. But this time it's like the oil field is its own like structure. It has like it's gonna be a circle in the end. And then dotted around on the inside are gonna be more pump checks to make sure everything is extracted as much as possible. But yeah, I would have normally never gone like from here back into the center and then back to the pump. Synergy tech tree is leaking. Oh, you're right, this is the synergy tech tree. No, oh god. You are so right. I'm building the synergy tech tree. Alright, I'm gonna bring the demolition office here. I guess we gotta start over. We can't have that. The games are blending together. That's usually how it goes. Like we play Derail Valley and I'm seeing like workers and resources. I play workers and resources. I'm seeing Derail Valley. Thankfully Peak hasn't blended into this game yet. Otherwise I would be going like, oh, mountain must climb. I might install the mod to have more than 4 players in Peak. If at some point the opportunity shows up where we can actually have more than 4. I mean, it would be nice to get 4. But I don't know how much that would be, how stressful that would be. I think it would probably be a good amount of fun. Might need to build residences in the mountains to blend with Peak. Yeah. Like a mountain hotel resort, which we have done on Siberia last time. I don't want to do that again. Not this run. A little bit of steel. Then this connection should be all the way... Oh, this isn't even scheduled for construction yet. Lovely. Should be all the way done. Storage tank, short section of pipe. This pipe is on low priority. For that one, that's okay. The other one, maybe not so much. Get the pipes built. Should not be much longer. Next train shipment, bark and mushrooms. Oh god. You really... Imagine someone making a mod for workers and resources where all the resources are replaced with synergy resources. Oh. Like fantasy resources or something. I guess synergy's resources are not that much fantasy, they're just weird. But they're still like mushrooms and like thorns and bark and stuff. It's not the same as that other fantasy game with the many resources that really was kind of strange to me. The one that was like an old school RTS, but instead you built mostly resource production lines. Heroes of the Storm or something, I think. Looks like we're still keeping our fuel storages full. Makes me a little bit worried, wondering if we do have enough deliveries happening. Deliveries to the cities should probably happen at 70%. No, 80%. Because we're loading from a large storage tank at 20%. So we should unload into a large storage tank at 20%, 80%, yeah. The construction sector will not need that many materials though. 50% for it. But yeah, I guess I'll set up Bogodons too, so we stop importing fuel on that as well. That one is in a depot. I don't know for how long. Wait. How? Oh, it's being repaired right now. I guess that works out. Yeah, sure. That kind of works out, I guess. I'll mess with the train while it's in here. Convenient. No more importing of fuel and bitumen, and no more stop at the unloading station. And now I need to set up the delivery to the city with our rail distribution office that is next to the refinery. Over here, not loading but unloading fuel and bitumen up to 80%. I do not have a very large storage here. I'll set it to 50%. The city is not that large. It's the first real city we had. Okay. I think we're done with fuel and bitumen imports, I hope. I'll have to keep monitoring this. 392 tons. Let's see if it happens again at some point. There might be a vehicle route importing some, but I think I've centralized everything to the city storages. So as long as the trains aren't importing anymore, we should be good. Storage tanks are filling with oil. And the large tank is building up to. Still need this connection and the second one to make sure it can go through the city. But yeah, basically this tank and 2 more pipeline sections and we can run it through the refinery. Then any other construction will basically add more pumps to it. And in case you're wondering, no, the music is not from the game, the music is from Carl Casey, from Whitebed Audio, who provides a lot of free music, which is stream safe. If the only thing he asks for is like, give him credit that you use his music. And if you want more fantastical music, Adrian from Ziegler does the same thing for lots and lots of fantasy music. I really like their soundtracks, so I'm chilling, I guess. I want to see us produce oil for the large storage tank and see it actually move to the refinery to make sure that the pipeline is correct and I didn't like mess up somewhere, misaligning a connection or something. Can always happen. That reminds me, I still need to build the coal loading station in Dunitity. The road has probably been removed by now. I need an aggregate loading station for trucks to make it easier for them to pick up coal from the storage. I guess I also wanted to build a second coal storage. We'll try that. So we'll remove more roads. Your rubles are going crazy, brother. Steel plant really pays. The money we made this month is not enough to import electronics for Dunitity. The inflation is just very, very high. I mean, it's not even enough to pay back our... Oh no, it is. 15 million. We've taken out a couple loans. I'm ready to start exporting fuel and bitumen to the east to start paying that back. But I haven't pulled the trigger yet. I guess I can. So yeah, we'll start exporting where everything started. Nakorov Customs. Fuel and bitumen export. Could just do bitumen, but we're producing so much, I think it's okay. Still importing. Still moving oil here rather than exporting fuel and bitumen. Or maybe one of them started to export fuel and bitumen, oil, because I wasn't fast enough to click. Yeah, that one's exporting oil to the customs house. That one too. That's fine. Oil is flowing now. So I think it's working. If the storage tank at the end has oil going through, which it does, it's working. And it's already more than we're like converting. So the little oil field extension we made is already enough. Which is good. That will help us pay back our loans. Already got 70 workers in there. Yeah. I mean, once the construction starts slowing down, we should see a lot more workers making their way in here. And I can also turn down the rail construction now, which is another 40 workers potentially working in the oil refinery. Because currently we don't need any rail construction done anymore. Yeah, next stop, buying that grain ship, because those warning messages are getting slightly annoying. Every time I build a factory, there's only ever like 5 people in there at the start. That's true. But we already have the mechanical component factory, I guess. It depends on how large your city is. I usually also go by the way of like building the factory and then slowly extending the city to match its demand. But here we already had a lot of people like sitting around and waiting to do stuff. Looks like almost all pump tracks are working. This one is still lacking the pipe construction. No, now we'll see how bad the pollution's gonna get. I think I'll spend, like you said, that research point on the pollution monitoring station. But I'll probably turn it off to not give me warning messages, it's just going to be purely informational. So, pollution detector. Let's put that in the list. 21 used. Pollution detector. which is going to be helpful for how much closer we can bring the city to the oil field. Smoke death. Yeah, now we learn about the pollution. Now it's going to be a lot more harmful to us probably. But our citizens already have vitamins. They should be fine. Yeah, the trains can now focus on the distribution of the other goods. Oil imports are not going to be as urgent anymore. I'm wondering why you're not loading fuel. Oh, I never really hooked up the other pipelines. Oh, I was going to do this very pretty and then I forgot to actually complete this. Yeah, let's finish this before our cities run out of resources. Urgent. These are very urgent. Mostly fuel. The bitumen one is not that urgent, I guess. This one is medium priority. But yeah, I was wondering, why is no train moving? Bugudons is going to run out of fuel the fastest because of its slow storage. Well, we have an emergency storage there that I should probably empty out. I should make them use up that emergency storage. Can't believe I forgot these pipes. Thankfully, they're not going to take very long to build. Fuel will be available fairly soon. Then everything will be safe. And yeah, any excess production that doesn't get handled by trains will go into the ship. But currently we'll export oil and fuel and bitumen to the east, because we don't have any debt with the west anymore at the moment. And yeah, the mechanical component export is sufficient. I will turn off the fuel and bitumen exports again once we have paid back our loans. Which is going to happen naturally. I'm not going to go through 30 pages of loans and click them all. Quick stretch break. All right. Everything seems to be running. And yeah, the oil supply is sufficient, more than we need. But that's because we're still running train import. The train import goes into the refinery, which is used up before the storage tank, it looks like. So actually, the production of the oil field might not be enough. Airport with early cargo planes? No. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think not, good sir. 'Tis a silly idea. So how is Bugudons looking on fuel storage capacity? Still fine. No problem. High rises in the mountains. I was thinking of developing some city in the mountains. We had the whole development 3 idea planned out. But there was nothing really here other than more iron, so didn't really make much sense, I don't think. Another steel mill, basically. And there's the fuel connection. Alright, trains. Oil import. Oil import. Wait, you're exporting oil to the customs house. I thought I turned that off. I did. I guess you haven't returned yet. The trip is quite far. Yep, that's what it is. You haven't returned yet. Now I want to build like train tracks to the refinery like in Derail Valley. Which I guess we could do with the storage tanks and the pipes. Probably gonna be our first train exporting fuel or bitumen. I don't think any city will need resources yet. Maybe Sovskoy needs fuel. Maybe it has dropped enough. Oh, you picked up a train car that already had fuel loaded. I guess that makes sense. Dunedin City commercial, huh? So we already need fuel here again. I guess the storage capacity here is also low, so it makes sense. Could you replicate Ural Valley's map on workers and resources? Yeah, I think so. It's probably possible. I'm not sure how survivable it would be for the people living in the cities. But I think height map wise, I don't see a reason why it wouldn't work. Pollution monitoring station done. We'll set one up next to oil field. Does have electricity. It will probably immediately give me a warning about high pollution in the area. Yeah, the trip to export stuff is quite far. And more oil. Guess we need more trains and more train cars. I'm not sure how much room it has for more wagons. Probably a couple are still possible. We have to keep an eye out on if the train's actually leaving with full capacity or not. This one didn't. But it was also delivering fuel. Wait a minute, what? Oh, a construction sector. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. The fuel did run out here. More trains is always the solution. I agree. Which is why Derail Valley has that many problems. It's just the lack of trains. More trains on a single train track network would solve everything, and then you just let Twitch manage the signals and the switches. Okay, now we'll have to see if we can provide enough fuel or not. I did already switch everything over. Don't think we've been importing any fuel anymore. Or bitumen. It's all domestic now, for the time being. We'll have to see if we can keep up with production. 1,400 tons of fuel. At the current production rate, we already made enough fuel. So we will have an excess amount. And the bitumen is profit on top. And this is all with not imported oil anymore. It's all domestic. The oil refinery is crazy good. This is our first export to the customs house. Short train, but just because we didn't have enough train cars. 2 million rubles, not that much, but it's okay. It might still be worth it more to export it to the west. We'll deliver these train cars to return trip and distribution office unloading train cars. Let me buy the other grain ship. It's gonna be so expensive. I mean, if I buy the other grain ship, I guess the problem with that will be that our mechanical component production isn't any higher. So we're not really going to keep up with the US currency in that regard. Grain route. And at some point we might tell one of the ships to like stop importing grain if we have enough and do the electronics import. We're using not that many electronics per year if we're really planning on importing 1,000 tons. Last year we imported 150 tons, so it would last us 6 years. Oh, a pollution warning. It's not spreading too much. It's actually okay. I mean, we will need a heating plant in the area, so it's gonna combine with stuff. City looks fine. We'll have to wait for winter when it gets really cold. Can a grain ship also export bitumen? No, we would need a tanker for that. And I do have a tanker. I guess we could route the bitumen into the export storage. And just not export it with our rail distribution office. Still have a full storage for domestic consumption, but any excess will then go to the harbor. Fuel or bitumen, wait until loaded, and then export and do it again. Last month was a bit expensive. Hopefully the ships won't get stuck in the canal. That short piece of canal here. I'm gonna sell this not quite broken vehicle yet, but yeah. I mean, the canal is as good as it's gonna get. It's fine. I'll leave the road though. Once we have access to more vehicles, we might be able to flatten out a lot more room. I mean, with that much US currency, I could probably go ahead and buy a fleet of vehicles and demolish the whole mountain that is blocking the water flow at the moment. So, we'll export excess fuel by train and try for the bitumen once it has filled up. Still seems like we have enough oil just with the oil field. It will be full soon. I guess I'll set the trains to only deliver if there's less than 10%, so they'll send out one train at most. Because they're sending maybe a few too many trains every now and then. Oh, you're refueling on the coaling station in front of the customs house. That's nice. Yeah, fuel and bitumen, not that much money anymore in rubles. Maybe the oil power plant would be good. It would be, but it's also a modern industry, and we're not doing that. Where is it? Well, I guess technically it requires gas power plant research, not modern industry, so I guess it would be fair. Give Donitity a gas power plant once we get to 20,000 citizen. Sure, we can have that in the harbor, next to the refinery. That would be a nice amount of power production. Compared to the 5 megawatts, this would be 17. 3 times the power production of the other power plants. It could basically centralize our power production across the whole republic into a single power plant. But I still like having the coal power plants, I guess. But we can't upgrade to better coal power plants, because these ones require modern industry. Maximum train length for fuel export to the customs house. I guess it's not bad. Still over 3.5 million. At 45 tons left in the storage tank for the refinery, a train will be dispatched to bring more oil from the upper half of the oil field. And during that time, the temporary oil tank that gets the oil from the oil field close to the city can be used instead. I mean, this is like the edge of a polluting industry, so I guess we should have the heating plant up here. That would be an option. Or maybe on this side and just let them walk by a footpath next to the oil field from the tram stop. I guess that would work. We'll have to bring coal over here by truck from the new loading station. Oh. There's still a short section of asphalt road here. Okay, the idea was to have another aggregate storage in the area for unloading coal into. And I will be able to place that once we can move the dirt road to make room. Or we will build this one. Then I don't need the loading gate at that station, we'll just build the second one and hook it up to here. Seems fine. Where to put the loading station? We'll wait until that short section of road is gone. Get rid of this dirt road. I can't use a conveyor. It doesn't work. I mean, it does work, but not with the rail distribution. I mean, another small storage would also be okay. And then we have a lot more space available. This one is currently not hooked up to a road. It could theoretically burn down, which would be quite bad for our heating situation. And I must also keep in mind that we need to keep it connected for a road connection. So we'll probably build something like this, which will allow us to get everything connected with roads. Why do you say this connection works when it actually doesn't? Hello, Simon. Welcome. Nuclear power plant confirmed. No. We will not have a nuclear power plant in Siberia. Veto. Unlimited power. Draw connecting from other side. Sometimes it depends on where you start to draw the connection. Yeah. That is true. I think I'm just gonna build it this way. These are not elevated. That will not work. That's... I don't like it. No, I don't like it. We might use a oh. Never mind. I am okay with this. Curvy, swervy roads everywhere. Disgusting. What do you mean? It's a nice curvy road. It's like in real life. They would do that. Loading aggregate in front of the depot, not this. This one? That's nice. Oh, in front of the terminal. Well, it's unloading for workers. It's fine. Can I fit the small distribution office here too? No. I think I'm asking for too much. Or maybe not enough. Earlier, the one you didn't like. Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Oh, yeah, oh, this one that was facing through the tram road. Yeah, I agree with that one. That one was not nice. So we'll have a loading station for coal. We can reassign the distribution offices and the direct routes to load from the aggregate loading station for trucks as soon as it has been built. I guess the other option would have been just to double up here. Double up on this loading station. I guess that would have been cool too. Just having two of these in parallel, one for gravel and one for coal, and then both of them feed into the same loading station. But I think we're going to put a cut here now, because it's like 20 minutes to midnight, and it has been a long stream again. But it was a lot of fun. What's up with you? You're set to load from... Uh-oh. Yeah, these trucks currently can't get to the coal. I guess that is something, isn't it? I'm sure it'll be fine. They have some coal in it. It might be a problem. Ah, that one's almost done. We'll pause that. I want the storage to be built first, and I want to set it to hold coal. Hello, Mega Monkey. Sorry. But yeah, as always, wait, you're not on the road yet. Thank you very much for watching, hope you enjoyed the stream. That was a lot of fun. I want to do this again this weekend. I enjoyed my time. We'll have to see, make sure that the heating plants here will receive more coal. I guess I might be able to load coal from the heating plant itself. I mean, as a workaround right now before I leave this, if you didn't know, we can load coal from this tower, which works. It's as slow as loading from a coal storage. At least the last time I remember it was. Gotta get the workers and resources quota in. Yeah, we kinda have to. But yeah, we got the rail line hooked up with the oil and fuel and bitumen transportation. Our Republic does not need currently any more fuel and bitumen. And if I were to stop exporting, then I could at least make sure that is true. Maybe I should not export with this distribution office and use the dedicated export distribution office instead. Which is, I think, what we will do. Before I quit, one last thing. Export distribution office. Oh no, I can't do that because I didn't build the train line like that. Never mind. It can't turn around here. I would have to give it a way to go across the train track. Which I don't want to. I will have to micromanage the fuel exports manually. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. In any case, thank you very much for watching, like I said. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I wish you a good rest to your Friday afternoon, evening, Saturday morning. Hope you have a good time. We will see who we can raid. I'm gonna raid JD Plays, who's playing The Crust, because that's a game that was, or still is, also on sale, and I'm kinda interested. Seems to be on the automation sale. I hope it still is. Let me check while we prepare the raid. The Crust, yes, 40% off, €15.65. I have that on my wish list. I haven't looked at it yet. Like, I'm gonna be taking a look at that from JD Play's stream now. If you want to stick around for the raid, please do, but if not, that is fine too. Like I said, have a good rest to your day. Take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.